This House now resumes its sitting. Yes, good morning, everyone. I would just wish to welcome our Class 5 students from the Joyce Samuels Primary School, as well as their teachers and parents who are with them this morning. Welcome. At this time, I'll call on the acting premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I too join with you in welcoming the Joyce Samuel Primary School to our honorable chambers. Madam Speaker, as we proceed, I would like to move a motion to add a paper to the order paper.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Let's just take a brief recess so that we could look at the procedure relating to this request. We'll take a brief recess. This House now resumes the sitting. I call upon the acting premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move a motion to withdraw the initial motion that I presented earlier.
Thank you. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded. I'm sorry, a motion has been moved and seconded. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. I call upon the acting premier to move a motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Crown Lands Management Bill 2024 be read a second time. And Madam Speaker, while I'm on my feet, I will explain the objects and reasons for the bill. So, Madam Speaker, as this is a hefty bill, I want to make note that this bill is in the Premier's name, and as the Premier is overseas at the moment, I have the privilege to speak on this Crown Lands Management Bill. It's a hefty topic, and I've heard a member that I liked what he stated in terms of there are three things that are priority to someone. That is God, family, or God, land, and family. So we know how important land is for persons. And Madam Speaker, it was on the 6th of May, 2024, that the Crown Lands Management Bill commenced its journey through the House of Assembly with its first reading. The bill marks a significant stride towards fortifying the administration and stewardship of our public lands, particularly concerning the allocation and management of Crown lands within our territory. At its core, this legislative initiative aims to usher in a new era of transparency and efficiency in the utilization of our land resources. By establishing a clear criteria and a streamlined process, we seek to ensure that decisions regarding land use are made with accountability and in the best interest of our community. Madam Speaker, it is imperative to underscore the importance of this bill for the residents of our territory. Land ownership holds great significance to most people, and by enhancing the management of public lands, we endeavor to facilitate sustainable development across residential, commercial, and agricultural sectors. Our objective is not only to spur economic growth, but also to safeguard our environment and promote social stability. Furthermore, this bill places a heightened responsibility on our government to judicially manage our public infrastructure. Those would include, at times, roads and sidewalks. We recognize the need to designate land appropriately to meet the evolving needs of our populace and support local economic endeavors. To uphold law and order, the bill empowers the government to enforce regulation concerning derelict vehicles and boats on public roads, thus ensuring the safety and cleanliness of our communal spaces. Additionally, the inclusion of a dynamic land use plan, subject to periodic revision, underscores our commitment to adaptability in the face of changing economic and environmental dynamics, including the impacts of climate change and rising sea level. In tandem with addressing infrastructural demands, The Crown Land Management Bill mandates the establishment of a land bank. Let me say that again, Madam Speaker. In tandem with addressing infrastructural demands, the Crown Land Management Bill mandates the establishment of a land bank tasked with efficiently administering and repurposing land resources to serve both present and future generations. Madam Speaker, at the heart of this legislation lies Clause 19, which heralds the formation of ad hoc advisory panels and committees to offer specialized guidance on the land's distribution, particularly in areas like Anegada, South Island, Cooper Island, and North Song. These areas are considered ancestral lands, and we recognize their historical and cultural significance. Therefore, during the committee stage, we will ensure that the wording of the bill reflects this acknowledgement. Since the first reading of this bill, we have conducted extensive consultation within the communities, including the Constitutional Review Committee, the Anegada Lands Committee, South Islanders, and others. We value their input and are committed to carefully analyzing all comments received. Where necessary, we will incorporate their suggestions into the bill to ensure that the rights and privileges of Virgin Islanders are preserved. Madam Speaker, we have heard the concerns raised by the community, and we are fully committed to preserving ancestral lands for those who have historically deep ties to these areas. We acknowledge that there are areas in the bill that require clarification and refinement. Madam Speaker, for example, there are concerns regarding the eligibility of non-belongers to apply for Crown land. We want to assure the community that this bill will be rewarded during the committee stage to address these concerns and avoid any confusion. In summation, the Crown Lands Management Bill furnishes the essential legislative framework for the effective administration, regulation, and disposition of Crown lands in our territory. It not only empowers our government to meet the diverse needs of our populace, but also ensures equitable access to land resources, fostering sustainable socio-economic progress while preserving our natural heritage. Madam Speaker, and as we open the debate, Madam Speaker, I know that the Premier will eventually return for the wrap-up of this bill, but we thought it necessary for members to get the opportunity to debate, and as this is a very, as I mentioned, a weighty bill. But Madam Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to address this critical legislation, and which stands as a testament to our collective vision for a prosperous and resilient Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Is there a second for the motion? Honorable members, the floor is now open for debate. Any member wish to debate this bill? Am I to wrap up? Is there any member who wish to debate? I recognize the Leader of the Opposition, Honorable Ronnie Skelton.
Madam Speaker,
Madam Speaker, I too want to join you and the acting premier in recognizing the children from the Joyce Samuel Primary School in Bellevue, along with the teachers and parents. You know, I was lucky to know Joyce Samuel because she was one of the persons who basically had long discussions with me when I entered politics. And she have produced 3 kids who are doing quite well in their areas and making their contribution in this country. One is a lawyer, one is a doctor, and the other one is a marine specialist. I guess I can call him that. So, Madam Speaker, people like Joyce Samuel and others who have made their contribution and protect this country for generations to come is why I can't sit here and say nothing about this Crown Land Management Bill 2024. Madam Speaker, when I made my contribution to the Immigration and Passport Act 2024, I continue to allude to this bill a lot when I was doing the immigration bill, because both of these bills together changing the landscape of how we know BVI was once developing. Madam Speaker, if you go back in history, land next to God, not even self family, because family used to kill each other for land, but it was God in that land. And if you look at the news today around the globe, people continue to fight for land. Why is this happening? Because people want to feel that there is a need to belong to some place. And because of this, land in BVI is very important to the people of the BVI. Number one, Madam Speaker, when we were doing the Constitution development, the Constitution advancement in 2007, we had an effort to change this thing about Crown land, you know. When you hear Crown land is a remnant of colonial past, and call it Virgin Islands land. Because when you hear Crown, the governor and those people who are appointed by the authorities in England feel that this land belongs to the royal family. And it's not so for the younger generation. This land belongs to the people of the Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, you know our history. We came from slavery, descendants of slaves. And I like to brag that I am a 5th generation from the plantation out of Long Low. And which I will touch on a bit later, the Nottingham plantation, which my great-grandfather came from. Madam Speaker, but land, when the slave masters abandoned this country, they left us, our forefathers here, and they gave us the land. So we are unlike most places. The people own the land here. Some families own large estates after slavery. And the way the Crown got land is people left some land for the Crown in the name of the people. And because you didn't pay your taxes, your land was confiscated to the Crown. And this is the land we are talking about, the gifted land and those things. So I heard the acting premier in his statements say that this, it make it sound like he didn't forget the government, that is, not you, but your government. They did not forget the Antigua, the people in Antigua, Salt Island, Nottingham, and even in North Sound, Virgin Gorda. But there's no mention of provision, special provision for them in this bill. That's something definitely we have to correct. Because we are creating in this bill, Madam Speaker, a board that looks after all Kwong land with a unit that advises the board on who should get what and what should happen to Kwong land. There is no mention in this document, Madam Speaker, that this House is responsible for anything. Even the rates, fees, and charges, the House has no say in the matter. The House has no say in the formation of the board, and this can't be a modern democracy that we are trying to develop. And I continue to say, like I did in the last, we're going backward. Madam Speaker, they're going backward in the days of when we had an administrator and a commissioner. And the biggest land corruption problem that ever happened in this country was the Wickhamski and Antigua land, along with Wickhamski too. Where one commissioner or administrator gave it to an Englishman for 199 years. People had to fight to get this land back. You heard about Noah Lloyd, you heard about Lindy DeCatch, you heard about Positive Action Movement. That's what it was all about, fighting to get our land back. And from 1968, then we are here today, some 50-something years after, trying to rewind the clock just because we have made a couple mistakes in the allocation of Kwong lands. So we're going to take the people, representatives, people who are elected to carry out the functions for the people, and take them completely out of the equation, and only some public officers will have a say in this matter. Madam Speaker, this cannot be right, and it cannot be left like this. Madam Speaker, the Salt Island lands, if you go back in history again, was left for the people, the inhabitants of Salt Island. And Nottingham estate lands were left for the people, the slaves at that time in Nottingham. That's up in Longlow. The Antigua land was left, and there is a document that is well known in this country and around the globe. Queen somebody left the land for the people of Antigua. We cannot, in today's world, in today's BVI, in today's Virgin Islands, develop a document that tried to supersede all of those things under the guise of a commissioner inquiry finding that a couple pieces of land was given away by some elected official, which he had cabinet approval. But even cabinet is being brought to its final resting place. That cannot be allowed to happen. Madam Speaker, we must stand here and we must fight for those people who can't fight for themselves. We must not allow the establishment to believe that they are the ones who have the moral responsibility to be able to look after Crown lands. Madam Speaker, I wonder in this country what happened to Crown land that is leased to belongers and Virgin Islanders when it comes to an end. Let's take, for example, the Wickhamski land. The Wickhamski land was taken back through positive action movement. They charged us some $25 million, which we did not pay, we refused to pay, for the land, for which they made the error, and they want us, the taxpayers of the BVI, to pay for it. But Madam Speaker, let's take the Wickhamski land that is given to belongers in Virgin Islanders to build huge properties on it. Every lease, Wickhamski lease, starts in 1968. If you lease it today, it became effective, it will become effective 1968. And it's for 99 years. Somebody do the maths for me. So it has about 40-something years left on that lease. What is going to happen to those leases? This document doesn't say anything about it. Madam Speaker, we are in dangerous and turbulent waters here. It sounds good, management of Crown land, management, if you put it in the right perspective. But generations of BVI landers and belongers who took leases on these properties, developed it to build generational wealth. And now, 30 years, 40 years from now, their children or grandchildren will probably be disinherited. I don't see anything in this document talking about stuff like that. And I read it from cover to cover, which I will prove to you in a minute. Madam Speaker, this is serious. It says that because people that has the access to capital will be owning these lands again. Madam Speaker, Wickhamski is extremely important, and they're subsuming Wickhamski authority into this new thing. And if you have violations, they will take it away from you and charge you fines and put you in jail for 2 years and $10,000 and 2 years in jail for things. And this bill doesn't start today. This bill subsume all Crown lands and look after all violations based on your lease. So anytime you were supposed to build a dwelling house on the land, let's say in Spooners, and you build an apartment building, renting to people, it means that you're in violation and they can demolish your property. I ain't saying it's gonna happen, but that's what in the wording of this document, that's what it's saying. And they have inspectors and so forth that if you go onto the land and anybody interfere with you, you could be charged $10,000 and 2 years in jail and all of that. Madam Speaker, you can name countries in the world that this kind of stuff was happening to under the guise of trying to manage. And I don't understand how this became a full-time job for a board. I don't understand it. And this is going to be a statutory board. Am I since my AG educated me in statutory boards, this is going to be a statutory board, and all the members are going to be appointed by the minister. $11 members, and all of them they're nominated and appointed they're selected by the minister, appointed by cabinet. I don't know how that works. Again, obviously, the government side has not read this document. Obviously, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there are some of the definitions in the beginning of the document that conflicts in certain other parts of the document. For example, it says commercial use means a grant of or disposition of Crown land for the uses under Section 30 of the Act. And when you go to Section 30, there is something else that is being said. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the minister just said, because I wanted to, they said a Virgin Islander means a person as defined under 65(2) of the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007 and the UK's Statutory Instrument 2007 number 1678. Huh? Okay. Bye. Madam Speaker, you give him a bit to. Do you think the picture you got to cut out recess?
Members, let's just take a quick recess so that we can properly send off our primary school students. We'll take a quick recess. This House now resumes a sit-in. Leader of the Opposition, apologies again. You may continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For the public consumption, we had a break so we can take pictures with the school children from Joyce Samuel Primary School. So that was just a quick break because when I was in school, I don't remember, no one invited me to come to this honorable house. And it was right next door. Well, I was never in a courthouse as a defendant. So, Madam Speaker, the Constitution, like I said, clearly states what's a Virgin Islander, and this Phong land, especially as it relates to section, the 2007 Constitution, section 65(2) of the Virgin Island Constitution of 2007. Madam Speaker, like I was saying, with the Wickhamski and those fiasco that happened in this country where the lands were taken away and the reclamations, the seabed were taken away and given to everybody else except Virgin Islanders. Now Virgin Islanders are in a position to create generational wealth by using some of the resources available to them. It is a major, major problem for everybody else. Madam Speaker, the bill speaks to giving lands to Crown lands to belongers and Virgin Islanders. Now, I listened to the acting premier says that now he's going to give it to everybody else who applies. That's what he read. I don't know if he understood. But in the committee stage, we need to not do that. We need to not do that. Now we have too many young people, belongers, who need access to lands. Then we must do whatever is possible to get lands to give to these young people. Madam Speaker, I know in the past, now they blame and want to make it as transparent and all kind of stuff. Madam Speaker, just look what's happening around the globe. Is there anything transparent about a lot of these things that these people are doing? You want to take illegal immigrants from your country, Canada, to Rwanda. You want to do all of these stuff, but some of this stuff can't be right, Madam Speaker. You gotta have an ulterior motive for some of this stuff. Yes, you're gonna make mistakes. The very Bible that we live by says the good and bad exist together. The wheat and the tares must until the day of harvest, and all that kind of good stuff. Amen. So why will people believe that mistakes or some bad things are not going to happen? To me, the problem is when it's out of control. And I don't find what was happening is that these things were out of control, especially as it relates to Crown land. We were buying tracts of Crown land to make it available to people living in an area. It doesn't say that nobody else outside the area couldn't apply. I fought against stuff like that. But I don't see nothing wrong with stuff like that. And to say now, Madam Speaker, that you're gonna get an evaluation and find the commercial value of Crown land, so that you can sell it to who? That's exactly what the Crown is all about. The government is all about helping people to get where they need to go. I do agree with some of the conditions. If you get a piece of Crown land, you cannot sell it. You have to sell it back to the government, and if the government allows you to sell it, they must go with especially if you have done no development on a piece of land. they must go at least have the cost of that of the sale. I totally agree with stuff like that. But to say now that you have to apply and you have to make it more difficult for people to get Crown land and they're competing with everybody can't happen. It shouldn't happen in this country. I think just like the opposition on the 6 of us on this side, the government 7 has to be committed to developing this country for Virgin Islanders and belongers. You must be committed to that cause. You can't tell me now you're going to take Crown land. I understand the commercial side of it. Madam Speaker, if the Crown has land and the government of the day thinks that it can be developed for the benefit of the people, and the government doesn't have the resources to do it, yes, I understand that. That's been happening. But, it took the drafter of this document. Madam Speaker, one of the things I must say, whoever is involved in the Crown land, any place, anywhere, even ministers, need to have a sensitivity course at the HLSCC to let them know what this thing is all, what land, Virgin Island land is all about. Because I think we're taking this stuff for granted. We're taking this stuff for granted, we're making mistakes. And once you make those mistakes, you're going to be in trouble from there on. It needs, for anybody getting on a board or appeal tribunal, they need to understand Hickenbottom came, he didn't even pay attention to the historical significance of lands for Virgin Islanders. They don't. You need to have a sensitivity class or course someplace that people understand what lands means. You go in the Middle East, what are you thinking about that fight for? We don't want to get to that position. It almost happened in 1968 with positive action. Don't take us back there. Take us forward, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there are some good statements in the document, and then you can see putting the wrong people in the wrong places, and you can see it can be used for nothing but not in the interest of Virgin Islanders. What I was saying, Madam Speaker, they talk about Crown lands for the people of the Virgin Islands. But deep into the document, I think it's clause 29, you got 54 clauses. Deep in the middle of the document, they say if you want to hide something from black people, put it inside a book, and they ain't gonna find it. But deep inside 29 is where we appear. Your land must be made available for Virgin Islanders and belongers. 54 clause or 50-something clause. So we are deep in the middle of it. Hidden. It's not written up top that it's not. And the object of the Act, Madam Speaker, says that to ensure that Crown lands are managed for the benefit of the people of the Virgin Islands. That's what the first clause is, clause 3A. But you don't, it's a statement. Sounds good, but let's continue. 3G says, Madam Speaker, facilitate disposal of Crown lands if available to eligible Virgin Islanders without the means to otherwise acquire land to facilitate affordable land and home ownership. I think that's what governments in the past have been trying to do. And they have done a good job of it. They've done a fantastic job of making sure Virgin Islanders were given the opportunity for land. People are going to say like statements like, don't give the acting premier no land, and not to, because he has access to a whole estate out they call it Long Hill. But Madam Speaker, that estate might have been locked up in so much generational fight that he doesn't have any access to anything. But they rule out those kind of people. And it's wrong. It's wrong. You need to find out the circumstances behind all of that stuff. Because by the time he gets over that, he could be 60, 70 years going. But you told him he had access. It's too, he does not unless he could get a piece of paper giving him that access. Madam Speaker, application and act of prior approval of cabinet under 4.3. Any grant or disposition of Crown lands under this act shall be required the prior approval of cabinet. Now, it sounds good again, but deep in the document, cabinet really doesn't exist. All cabinet is a rubber stamp, like how the government is treating this legislature a rubber stamp. And it needs to stop. If we got to build an institution, we just can't agree to some of this stuff. It sounds good on paper. Madam Speaker, 14143 mean any grant or disposition of Crown land under the Act shall require the prior approval of cabinet. But in the same document for cabinet, come through the board, through the unit, the land unit, through the board, justification to the cabinet. Cabinet ain't gonna choice but to approve it. And if they disapprove it, they got to write a, you gotta say why and why I can't get why come on. You don't really have a say. All you have a say is the denial process. And the people elected us. How much vote you got acting premier? 8 something? 800 and something people elected you. You take the seat. Who you want us to talk to? Then you took the seat. So, Madam Speaker, again, all the institution, and because I guess it is a fact that we are so corrupt, but we're not more corrupt than the majority of us. The majority of us don't fall in that category. Yes, we may going up steep some mangoes off somebody mango tree or guinea or that kind of stuff. But the people would have already given us permission. We just went to pick them later than they expected. But, Madam Speaker, come on, some of this stuff is wrong, and they're holding the country hostage, and the country is grinding to a halt. Economically, the country is grinding to a halt. And all we can do now is to make the people then feel happy about their pains. Let's give a party. That's what we're doing now. You carry a fungi band in somebody. I think it's a good thing you're sending a good signal to the Minister of Health, Social Services. He needs to carry a fungi band on the hospital and play music. The people might feel better. But that's what we're doing. The people are hurting. The people. I discuss that people call me now for assistance. I don't have it. I can't afford it. Premier, acting Premier, Kwong Land is too important for us to be not concentrating on what is happening here. Madam Speaker, for section 5 2B. Another good statement, which my class for the history of Kwong lands and what it means to our people come in handy. B says, properly consider cultural and historical nuances of each island in the territory when dealing with the disposal of Kwong land, subject to the recommendation of advisory panels and communities where required and such. That's a statement that is put in there. In my mind, is out of context with the rest of the document. The document them say that you must apply, you must do this, you must do that, and everybody must apply. And some of this stuff could get, depending on who sits on the board and the unit, some of this stuff could be lost. You know, they pay no attention to this stuff. Madam Speaker, if you go to the membership and secretary to the board shall comprise of not more than 11 persons as follows. And then they proceed to put permanent secretary for Kwong lands or designate. At least you got here. This is a hard here, yeah. And then they list out the financial secretary, the chief planner, and 8 other directors appointed by cabinet, by instrument with. No, that's done backward. Approval by cabinet. The minister appointed with the approval of cabinet. That's, you know, again, I think if the acting premier could carry a message to his colleagues at cabinet, they probably need to assign, but everybody has a busy schedule. Think on the backbenchers to really read his document and bring things to their attention. Huh? Think on the backbenchers to really bring some of the stuff, because if you read these documents, you'll be able to assist. And it says here that they say 8 other directors appointed by the cabinet by instruments in writing upon recommendation of the minister as follows. And it says 4 persons, one representing each, representing the island of Tortola and the Gada Virgin God Adjustment Deck. How do you get these people? The minister can just go and, you know, but some places don't, they say you got to apply. Again, that application process is not part of our culture. They have to be able to say to us whether they have hidden information. I recommend Ms. Smith to be on the board. If you have hidden information on Ms. Smith, why she shouldn't be on the board, then tell me. But don't tell me I must send out the application who apply. We talking about Kwong lands, Virgin Islands land, in 5 foreigners apply. What are you going to do? It's stupidness. I didn't know it's stupidness. A small population. Madam Speaker, and then it goes on to say 4 persons who are suitably qualified, knowledgeable, and experienced in either the area of law, construction, banking, or real estate. So the 8 people can be nominated by the minister, but in a committee stage, we'll deal with it. It can't go down that way. You know, Hickenbottom came and make some general observation. You can't go, he's not an expert in all of these things that is written in this document. I don't care. He could be as, no, he cannot be. We got, how much doctorate we have in here now? 3, 4? Anybody get anyone recently? Come on, you know this ain't possible. That one man has all of this expertise, and all of us here with all of this knowledge can't come up with a suggestion, a plausible suggestion. No, man. Some of this is wrong, and they know it's wrong. They know it's wrong. But if you don't, that's why they like to get us one-on-one. They will never come here and sit down with the 13 of us here and present their case. They know some one of us here will see through the folly of their case. But, we got the acting premier and they go down there and get a cup of tea. Crackers? And he thinks, no, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have to do better. Yes, we had problems. We should have fixed some of these problems. I told my colleagues, my own and them when I was there, help me out here now. Tell me, yes, I did. I tried to tell them we need to fix some of these stuff before somebody come and fix them for us. The one who used to sit over here saying if we don't police ourselves, we will be policed. Not knowing that he was carrying us over a cliff. And now we're hanging on with a fingernail. Some of us don't have any. Come on. It's not the end of it, man. Some of this stuff in this document, send here, take away all the authority of an elected official. Take away all the authority of this house. Come on. We cannot allow this to happen. And it goes on to say, Madam Speaker, vacancies for position on the board under Section 1D shall be advertised by the ministry responsible for Crown Land in a manner sufficient to bring to the attention of the public such vacancies. This is the foolishness I'm talking about. So if somebody from Antigata resign or some unknown reason they can't serve anymore, so won't you try to at least get 3 people and then try to do what needs to be done in order for Antigata to be properly represented? We need to advertise every position. Come on. A person applying for a vacant position under Section 2 shall be required to undergo an interview. Oh yeah, this is what, I put a star here. An interview process by an interview panel which shall be responsible for selection of applicants to be forwarded to Cabinet for consideration upon the recommendation of the Minister. Now, you see that clause there? Upon the recommendation of the Minister. When you go through the document, the Minister really got to say, Madam Speaker, I'm getting lost in the 4B says no conflict of interest in regards to their position on the board. Now, I do agree with stuff like that. If you have a conflict, just say the conflict, make sure it's noted, make sure it's minuted. And the conflict could be what? I had a piece of Crown land. Somebody applied for Crown land. So what should I do? I don't think, you see, some of these have a conflict. Some of these conflicts are immaterial to what's happening, You may have a conflict that doesn't have any real material stuff. Like the member of the third says that I may be on this board and a family member of mine, I got a lot. apply for land, for piece of Krong land. Then because he's my 33rd cousin, I must excuse myself. That can't be what some of the stuff means, but this is what's being applied. You know, so we have to get some definition of this conflict of interest stuff. I know there are legal definition, but I think some of these things are taking them to the extreme. And Madam Speaker, the good part about it, for the purpose of subsection 4, a person is fit and proper to be appointed to the board if he or she possess, I don't know, Madam Speaker, how you measure this? Possesses public credibility. How you measure it? There is a meter or something? Public credibility. Is that a meter? They just say public, right? Yeah, but I read in what's before the House. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, the chairperson and deputy chairperson, the cabinet upon recommendation of the minister shall appoint by instrument. I don't know, again, I don't understand this. Why are we handing over our powers, our authority? The minister has the authority. Why is he handing it over to the cabinet? As far as I understand, when you hand over something to a board, these things are done by the secretary, the chairman with the secretary's help. That's what's going to happen here. This is not what you mean. Acting Premier, this can't be what you mean, right? You pay no attention to me. Madam Speaker, this also has to be, this House needs to be involved in some, the cabinet upon recommendation of the minister shall appoint by instrument in writing the chairperson and the deputy chairperson after consultation with the leader of the opposition. This is too big a subject, Krong land, to leave out the opposition. So in the committee stage, Madam Speaker, can I ask a question? Who is the draft person for this bill? I don't need to know the name. It was done by the Parliamentary Council? The chambers, okay. With the help of the chambers. Yes, thanks. Madam Speaker, was there a term of reference for this document? Drafting instruction, and that came from the minister? They came from the ministry. Yeah, so far so good. The ministry is thinking deep. Madam Speaker, you know, in other words, some of these major committees of this country cannot be going backward towards when we had an administrator who was running everything, and before that, the administrator was the dentist, the doctor, the notary public. He was everything. We're going backwards under the guise of a cabinet that basically don't exist. The cabinet doesn't have any major say in these things. And when I say the cabinet that I'm talking about is the cabinet that is set up under the Constitution, the 2007 Constitution of the Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, we're in trouble. We are in trouble. And they say the resignation part of it, you know, I'll leave that for committee stage. Madam Speaker, revocation 10.1 E says that cabinet may revoke the appointment of a member of the board other than a government member if cabinet is satisfied that the member is sentenced to imprisonment or is convicted of an offense involving fraud or dishonesty, whether in the Virgin Islands or elsewhere. I don't understand. So the ex officio members are not appointed. They're standing, so if they commit a crime, they could still. We're going to talk about that a little more in the committee stage because I have a problem. I don't want to. Two, Madam Speaker, where a member is unable to participate in the business of the board by reason of illness or other cause, cabinet may appoint a person to act as a member in his or her stead for the occasion until termination of or disability. Cabinet again. Madam, I guess the minister, and it seemed to me like this document, Madam Speaker, the governor is the one in authority under this document as chairman of the cabinet. That's what it seems like to me. You know, above it says the minister, and here now it says the cabinet now could appoint somebody. Not a minister with approval of the cabinet, but cabinet. Madam Speaker, vacancy. Again, these are some of the, and these things are drafted the same way as the immigration bill. You know, it says here, vacancy, the office of a member of the board becomes vacant if the member is convicted in another country of an offense that, if committed in the territory, will be an offense so punishable. So we're learning from our mistakes here. That's what I understand, AG. We're making sure we cover all the bases this time. I just want to know that my interpretation is correct and it's not the other way. Madam Speaker, this is the other one where a vacancy occurs in the membership of the board. Such vacancy shall be filled by the appointment of another qualified person who shall hold office for the remainder of the period which a previous member was appointed. Again, so this is saying that the cabinet again will appoint these people. And up at the top it says the minister should do this. Madam Speaker, the next clause here deals with proceedings. And I want to just touch in 3 says, at every meeting of the board, the chairperson shall preside, and his or her, in his or her absence, the deputy chairperson shall preside. And then some places it says that you could pick somebody among the members. Man, I don't understand. This is bothering me. That out of 11-member board, you could have 6 members showing up, chairperson, deputy chair, we know who has the historical thing of the Kwong Line. They could choose somebody to make a decision. These things, this committee, this board is too important, Madam Speaker. I am going to continue saying it until I think everybody understands. And it says the quorum of a board at any meeting shall be 5. 11-5. Yeah. No, there might be a point here, you know, the ex officio members are not voting members. But it doesn't say so. It doesn't mean you can't vote because I know boards where ex officio vote.
Members, please, please.
So either there needs to say the ex officio member can't vote, and then 5 is half of 8. It's half plus 1. That's what I meant. Okay? So if you need to say the ex officio members are not voting members. Madam Speaker, I think I have to think of the whether there's was a defect in the membership. No act that was committed will be illegal. I think I need the AG to tell me a little more about that because I see it in other documents, but I don't know in a court of law whether you could tell me you were not properly constituted, that you could make a legal decision. I don't know much about that, but something is wrong there in my thinking. You know, I ain't to break, so I gotta depend on your help. Immunity from suits, Madam Speaker. Again, that's a good clause. And so I really don't, because they did clarify, it says that if you do things out of your willfulness, it doesn't absolve you from being sued. So that is okay. And then there is an advisory ad hoc panel and committees. I don't know. And it states for Antigua, Salt Island, and North Song land deep in the document. Well, these things in my mind should have been up front because of the importance of some of these lands. But it's deep in the document. So no wonder the people from the various areas, Antigua, Salt Island, were complaining. And I see a long correspondence from the people in Antigua saying something now. If this thing comes into effect, then all the work that these people have done, and the board and the thing don't want to go along with it, we got to be careful. We got to be careful. Madam Speaker, it says, and the reason I could make that statement, it says the opinion of the advisory panel on any matter shall not be binding. See, so I could easily make that statement. Yeah. We need to, because if the Antigua Lands Committee gonna advise on what should happen, and then you're saying it's not binding. You know, it means that you could throw everything, anything, any place, especially if you have a board who feels that they have the knowledge and the skill better than the people who you set up to do this. Madam Speaker, it talks about annual report, Madam Speaker. Almost, well, no, it's 50 something. Annual report, it says, the chairperson shall forward a copy of the annual report prepared pursuant to subsection 1, which says the chairperson of the board shall prepare and submit to the board on or before the 30th day of June for each year an annual report relating to the activities of the board during the previous year. This thing doesn't say, Madam Speaker, The chairperson of the board shall cause a report to be prepared. He said that the chairperson shall prepare. Something is wrong here, no? So the chairperson need a little help here. Madam Speaker, too, it's in the 23 says within 3 months of receiving a report referred to in subsection 2, the minister shall cause a report to be laid before the House of Assembly. Some things are not tying together. No, not your cabinet, the minister. So when we get in the committee stage, we need to fix these stuff. So come with an open mind and a full stomach. Madam Speaker, establishment of Crongland unit. To me, this is the most powerful unit in the country. This is serious. There is established a Crongland unit hereinafter referred to as the unit, which shall be a unit under the ministry responsible for the environment, natural resources, and climate change. I don't understand. You see, here it is again. We're taking something that is so important to Virgin Islanders and belongers and modeling it up with all sorts of stuff. So the things that are important to us doesn't matter anymore. It's environment, natural resources, and climate change. I think we could do about climate change except to run and hide and try to get out of the way sometimes. But here it is, the thing that means so much to us, the land. Because we are the only set of people that were left with the land. And here it is, we bottle it up with all kind of stuff. So we don't have nothing that belongs to us. Madam Speaker, we have a long debate on that in the committee stage. The unit shall be comprised of portions of high integrity. Madam Speaker, I'm reading things into the thing that is not there. High is not there. The unit shall be comprised of persons of integrity who are qualified and have the necessary experience and capacity in matters relating to land and environmental development or other relevant. Now let's say, for example, we have somebody who could fit this position. Let's say they got somebody. What happens after? What's the future? Madam Speaker, some of us futures are shorter than others. Some of us futures are very short. But don't tell me that some people can't look a little beyond tomorrow. Madam Speaker, 50 years ago, 1950 when our forefathers here, Gladys, De Castro, Penn, and no, on the wall, Fonseca, Bruce, yeah, I miss him. They were the first set of legislators. They look into the future and they try to do things that we could have survived on today, that their descendants of their families and generations of people in the Virgin Islands could have built generational wealth for generations to come so that they don't have to rely on a job or cutting cane, or we don't got a cane anymore. Doing some menial work that they can create jobs for other people. And I thought, and I think they had a vision. We must, some of us who have more time than others, we must be able to create a future for those who come in behind us. We have the capacity. You know, I always say, and I continue to say till I am no longer able to say, when I left high school, there were only about 5 people with a college degree. And I left high school here the other day. It feels like the other day. It had about 5 people in this country with a college degree. Not even the expatriate, the higher complexion expatriate. They had, some of them they had a college degree. The majority. Here it is now, everybody has a college, and we can't do better. We can only be worthless. And we should not be worthless, Madam Speaker. We got to be able to do better. It is true that when you land on our airport and drive through the streets of our island, you will come to that conclusion that we really less. With the potholes and Bragadan, that's what you said? Bragadan. You know, so they have but we are not that less, man. So let's do better. What happens when we continue to complain and we got too many excuses for, I see young people who graduated magna cum laude and them top of the, and looking for a job in a country that employed some nearly 60% of the population on work permit. Come on, something is wrong with us. We got to do better. We must do better. Madam Speaker, you know, they continue to use these words. And I think we had a little discussion earlier on the words corruption and integrity. They're making it look like there's nobody in this country, none of us in this country, has any kind of integrity. And when you look who they bring with integrity, and just go and look at their history, look at where they came from, look at their families, look at it, they're no better than none of us. Come on, stop allowing them to put these words in our mouth that we ain't got no integrity. These things are wrong, Madam Speaker. We need to make laws that make sense to the ordinary person who trying the best to survive in the country. Madam Speaker, the duties of the Chief Lands Officer. I think the duties, Acting Premier, I don't know if you read the duties of the Chief Lands Officer. What I am scared of is these positions here. Yeah, it might sound like we plan to give it to some one of us. But when this thing come into effect, all of a sudden the dominoes gonna start falling. And these people who you think were competent and capable of doing some of this stuff they become not competent and capable anymore. And I have seen it happen in this country, Madam Speaker. When I came back from college, Madam Speaker, every organ of this country had somebody in the key positions. 99% or 95% of us who were in these key positions. We had integrity. Nobody needs to be talking about corruption and that kind of stuff. Where did this come from? You just any organ of this country back then. And when you see the people who are there now, what are you talking about? They're building a case against us. And they're succeeding. Should I say that, Pat? But they should not be allowed to. We need to fix some of this stuff, Madam Speaker. So Madam Speaker, this is where we get into good stuff now. It says the function of the unit, 26.1, D says monitoring and reviewing existing lease agreements. And when you go to the other part of this document, it talks about the lease agreement that you had, whether or not you're following it. And if you're not following it, if you build something that wasn't supposed to be there, they can come and tear it down. That's what the acting premier bring here to this house. You're acting, you got to take the blow. You can't just not take it. But these are some of the stuff. You know, Madam Speaker, if you go to 26, 26.2.1, it says here, notwithstanding the general function of the unit under subsection 1, the unit shall be specifically responsible for drafting all correspondence from the board to applicants, drafting all cabinet papers in line with the recommendation of the board. Something is happening in between these lines. Ensuring that a violation report is done. Valuation, my mistake. I missed a word, a letter. Ensuring that a valuation report is done based on market value for every parcel of Crown land before disposal. You will say that is a good thing to do. It sounds good, right? I could tell I come to those old people, I had my way out. But these are things that are against what our forefathers fought for when it came to Crown land in this country. Because you're going to find somebody who doesn't have a sensitivity, didn't do a sensitivity course at the college, who's going to enforce this on your grandchildren. Probably your children acting premier. That's what they're going to do. Madam Speaker, 6 says, maintain an electronic log of past valuations to ensure that an appropriate body of evidence is available to provide open market comparisons. Madam Speaker, it sounds good on paper. But Crown lands in this country was never supposed to get here. And it happened just because a minister, with cabinet approval, he couldn't do it without cabinet approval, gave a piece of land to somebody who the Commission of Inquiry thinks that they should not have gotten it. That's why we're here. And this is wrong. Some of this stuff in this is wrong. And if this passed through cabinet, probably cabinet is saying to themselves, the only set of people who can fix this, help them fix this, is the opposition. Am I wrong for thinking that way? You say, of course we are not. Madam Speaker, 27.3. For the purposes of this act, belongers and non-belongers may be eligible to apply for grants of disposition of Crown lands. Everything is in between, you know. I know what, I think I want to understand what they're talking about. But it doesn't say that. It doesn't say that. So just like how we got into trouble with the immigration stuff, so that people them could apply, and everybody who apply expect to get to be approved, that's what gonna happen here. Madam Speaker, we cannot, for the purposes of this act, belongers and non-belongers may be eligible to apply for the grant or disposal of farmlands. Don't tell me that's what the government meant. I think that's an error. Madam Speaker, 4 says that non-belongers applying for the sale, lease, or other form of disposition of farmland shall be bound by the requirements of the non-belonger landholder. So it means that. That's what I mean. It means exactly what I think it was saying. It says that both of us, both of belongers and non-belongers can apply. Yeah, that's what he's saying.
Honorable member, Honorable Leader of the Opposition, I take it you do have ways to go before completing, right?
Yeah, I have just a few more items. Are we near 28?
Yes, so do you mind if we take the lunch break
No, I
now?
don't mind.
Okay. All right, so honorable members, let's take the lunch break and return at 2:15 p.m. This House now resumes its sitting. Leader of the Opposition, Honorable Ronnie Skelton, you can continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wonder, Madam Speaker, if I can start from the beginning. No, I won't do that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when we left, we were talking about belongers and non-belongers having access to Crown land. And I was saying based on what is written, it is possible with the changing of the guards, those who are here and those who will be administering this act, change, this could be interpreted to mean exactly what he's saying. But I believe there needs to be a separation, because I know we do have non-belongers who lease seabeds and also lease Crown land for major development. I think Little Dix, if my memory serves me correctly, and Betawena Byers Creek, I think, some of them. So I know but it needs to be a separation. We are modeling things together in this bill, and we need to not allow that to happen. Madam Speaker, application for disposition of Crown lands. It says an application for the grant and disposition of Crown land by sale, lease, or otherwise for the purpose of mentioned in section 27 shall be made by a person. I don't know, do we mean a legal person also? Do we mean a company can also, because if we are interpreting this in its strictest of its meaning, that means that only a person, which is an ordinary person, could lease Crown land, and it's opening ordinary people to liabilities if there ever exists, if there ever is a food van or car wash or something on a property. I think you're opening the person, the individual, to liabilities that they probably can't afford. So that is something we need to look at in the committee stage. Madam Speaker, section 28.4 also says an application for grant of and disposition of Crown land shall be considered based on its alignment with the Crown land use plan, economic development policies, and other relevant specifications. Are these just words? There are things that exist. It sounds good. The Crown land use plan. You know, someplace we need to know what is included in this Crown land use plan. It sounds like something we dream up, and we put in a document, then you have to go and pay a consultant to create a Crown land use plan for these purposes. I don't know about some of these things, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, 7, there is a whole list of stuff after 4 says that upon receipt of all requisite information for an application for a grant, the chief land officer of the unit shall prepare full reports, findings. You know, if I apply for a piece of Crown land to build a dwelling house, I don't understand how all of this is. You know, he say he must produce a full report. I don't know if that's necessary in every case. If I apply to open a food van on Crown land, what's this full report? What is this? What are we talking about? Are we creating bureaucratic red tapes that stop people from developing the economy. Number 7 says the board shall review all applications, reports, and findings as submitted. Is this a part-time board, or is it a full-time board with a building and an office? Because the board shall review all applications, reports, and findings are submitted by the unit, which is the land unit in the ministry. I thought this was a board that meets and just make decisions like any other board, but it sounds like a board with a lot of time on their hand. Madam Speaker, 8 of the 28, clause 28 says, the recommendations of the board shall be forwarded to the minister and the governor. What is that about? We have a minister responsible for Kwang land. Why do this information needs to be passed? Because we are so corrupt, or we don't have any integrity, or that's why it must pass? We need to understand some of this stuff, We can't build a country this way. And they know it. We cannot build a country this way. If there's people doing wrong things, they need to be dealt with. But you should not try to make a law to circumvent the authority of the duly elected representative of the country. He's not elected by the people of these Virgin Islands. No, this is wrong. And I think either the minister or the civil servants are playing, according to them, or people play leaky board with some of this stuff, this is not right. Who shall both review and consider the recommendation before submission of the same to the minister. Now, the minister and the governor colluded, and I will send it to cabinet for due consideration and approval. The one is the chair, the other is the head of government. So where are you going cabinet now for? Is there a rationale? Some of this stuff is not very, it could be written we treat in the COI recommendation like it's the Bible according to Hickenbottom. But this stuff, yes, we need to do some of this stuff, but some of this stuff don't make no sense. It doesn't make any sense. I don't know, the cabinet is making sure the cabinet is a rubber stamp. Madam Speaker, I have an issue with, and they say the cabinet, after due consideration of an application under this section, shall either approve the application with modification or condition, or C, defer the application until certain conditions are met, or D, deny the application. And a decision under subsection 10 shall be in writing, and the reason for such decision shall be stated. I think that's the minister and the governor should write those correspondence. And then 12 says the unit shall within 30 days. I find this stuff can't build a country, a modern economy with technology. This is what we used to write when we used to have typewriters. In fax machine, 30 days. In today's world, where the world is spinning much faster than we think it should, 30 days to decisions are already made. You're going to take 30 more days to advise somebody that it's approved, disapproved, or what? This is stupidness. 30 days? You know what's 30 days? No, that's not that. We got to do things quicker than that. And then on the other side of the low down in the thing, they give a man 5 days. to do something. 5 days to, I forget what it is now. But it's in here. But you taking 30 days. How can you want to build an economy? Somebody applied for CBLs, they probably got $5 million they want to invest. Then you will take 3 months or a year. And then after decision is made, you can take 30 days. Just tell the people they're going to spend their money someplace else. You know, this is wrong. That time frame needs to be. I know the civil public servant could come up with all sorts of reasons why they need this time. All sorts. I work in at electricity. I know all sorts of reasons. You send in an application. I got 30 days to inform you. You ain't doing nothing, you know. You don't have anything to do. But you're taking 30 days to give somebody an answer or do something for somebody. Those things are wrong. You can't build no country that way. Madam Speaker, the 14th says, upon approval of the grant or disposition of Crown land by the Cabinet and acceptance of the offer by the applicant, the governor may, by signature in the relevant documentation, instrument, grant or disposal of the Crown land for the uses under Section 1. Now it went through all the process. The governor had it, the minister had it, Cabinet had it. It's approved. Now, in order for it to be signed out, it may. I don't understand them kind of stuff. Those things are wrong. And the thing about it, if you continue to read, the governor may, by signature in the relevant documentation of instrument, grant or disposal of Crown land for the uses under subsection 1, and every allocation of Crown land shall be executed under the public. But he not getting a reason. They ain't gonna hear where the governor has to give any reason. That's not right. But if the minister does it, you gotta get a reason. You can't have double standard in the country like that. Eligibility and allocation of Crown lands for residential purposes. A person shall be eligible to apply for a grant or disposition of Crown land for residential purposes if the person is a belonger of Virgin Islander. You see, so that's why I say up above that the statement for belongers and non-belongers, it's not saying what it's supposed to. It means something different because when you read down here, it says is age 18 years or older and has not previously received an allocation of residential Crown land. So this is in conflict with some of the things above. Madam Speaker, if you go now to 29.5, the establishment of criteria and procedures to ensure equitable access to Crown lands through first-time home ownership program shall be as prescribed in regulations. I don't know what I mean. I know the first-time homeowner, they have access to importation of material duty-free. I think that is. And then it be as prescribed by regulations. I don't know what regulations you're talking about. Give me a piece of land, a crown piece of land to build a house and regulations. Madam Speaker, allocation of Crown land for commercial use. It says under 32, an application for Crown land for commercial use or development shall, in addition to the relevant documents under Section 28, be required to submit a detailed business plan. Sometimes I think we It didn't say as required, you know. It said it be required to submit it. It doesn't say the purpose or detailed business plan for. I asked permission to open a car wash in a parking lot. What detailed business plan I need? And Madam Speaker, this is a troubling part that I mentioned very early in my contribution. 33 says the term of the lease for Crown lands for commercial use or development shall be for a period not less than 55 years and no more than 99 years. 33. Yeah. And I brought attention to the Wickhamski lands where we have all the leases synchronized to 1968. And so 1968 till now, that's 50 plus years gone, right? So we have about 40 something more years left. What happens to the land? Now, going through the document further, it mentioned forfeiture and stuff, but all of this stuff, the 6-story building over there, 40 years from now, will be Crown land. It will go to the Crown and they could dispose of it. That was never the intention of what our forefathers wanted. Yes, they're supposed to pay a ground rent. Yes, they're supposed to have the thing at some point freehold. But that is a board out there and Wickhamski coming home to roost some 40 years from now. And I don't think people can take it lying down, so it needs to be solved now. You know, that just needs to be solved now. At least for commercial use or development of Crown land may be guided by the Crown land policy, the Marine Estate Administration policy, and the non-belonger landholding policy. You know, again, I understand you're trying to accommodate non-belongers, but non-belongers were supposed to be, based on the development of this country, supposed to be accommodated in the seabed leases stuff. So we're modeling things together. So this is saying that, and this part about saying that a piece of Wickhamski can be leased to by the government, could be leased to a non-belonger, and a non-belonger could do this stuff. That's what it's saying. Some people could try to explain it that this is not what it's saying, but this is how it can be interpreted. Madam Speaker, and then it goes on to say, under 535, at least approved for commercial use of Crown land shall be subject to such terms and conditions as may be prescribed to ensure that the land is utilized for commercial use, which will be in the lease. And B says, and such other terms and conditions as may be seen as fit for the purpose of the lease. I don't understand what I mean. Come on, some of this stuff is, listen, I see this stuff as, some of this stuff as taking away the Virgin Islanders and belongers' right to property. So you gotta excuse me if I see a communist on the LV bed or on every corner. You gotta excuse me. Communists. There are communists. You know, when people are enjoying the World War II. Okay. Madam Speaker, and I don't think I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I hope I am wrong. Do not take this stuff lightly. You know, I always say that during my days at electricity, old Mr. Henry Creaky, blessed memory, used to turn to me as the managing director and say, Ronnie, the one who scribes the minutes determine the history. The person who scribed these bills, they told me what gonna happen. Because I'm telling you, the AG we have today, we might not have that AG tomorrow or the following day. They're gonna change. And like law, get 100 lawyers in the room and ask for an opinion, and you can get about 5 different opinions on the same matter. I won't go so far. Madam Speaker, we come now to allocation of Crown lands for agricultural use. Now I read this, and I see we're trying to make laws to solve a problem. That's what I see. Again, I might be wrong, and I hope I am. It says there, 31.1, Crown land suitable for agricultural use shall only be made available on a leasehold arrangement. I don't think I have a problem. And 2 says, registered farmers may apply for lease of Crown land designated for agricultural purposes. And 3 says, an application under subsection 2 shall, in addition to the required information under section 28, be required to submit such documentation demonstrating proof of being a registered farmer. Is there such a thing? Farmers are registered? There's a registration. Say that again? There's a process for registration of farmers. And 4 says, at least for agricultural purposes, maybe for a period up to 5 years, with the option to renew, providing that the condition for the use of the land are met. Now, Madam Chair, the problem with this, that I see lots of problems coming, the problem with this is going on the board, and the board is going to be responsible for all leases of Crown land from here on. All, whether new ones or old ones. And if you take Sep Parakita Bay, for example, and you go to the leases, what's going to happen? Acting Premier? Yeah. So, Madam Speaker, and then there are inspectors, which we'll come to a little later on. There are some inspectors who's going to be dealing with any violation in the leases. And they say a lease approved for agricultural purposes shall be subject to A, such terms and conditions as may be prescribed to ensure that land is utilized for agricultural purposes, and B, such other terms and conditions as may be seen as fit for the purpose of the lease. That seems to be a troubling term. It's not just here, it's up in the other thing. That is troubling. So you can have a lease dealing with almost the same type of Crown land for, say, residential purposes, and you're saying that the lease that could vary as you see fit. I don't think that's that's something we should be doing. Allocation of Crown land for seabed development and reclamation. It says that seabed development and reclamation shall only be carried out subject to full approval for the proposed development by the planning authority and building authority. And it goes on to say, all lands formed by the seabed development and reclamation shall be deemed to be Crown land, and the full legal and beneficial ownership shall vest in the Crown absolutely. And 6 says, all seabed development and reclamation under this section shall, once approved, be there at the expense of the developer. The developer develop it, and then it absolutely belongs to the Crown. And it says, that can't be the right wording. Something can be that can be the right word. But deal with it in the committee stage. Madam Speaker, this thing says here, the bill, sorry. Thanks for your correction. The bill says infrastructure development. The ministry responsible for Crown land shall ensure that necessary action is taken in relation to providing proper roads infrastructure for access to Crown lands, and installation of utilities are installed before such lands are disposed. Not a man. Not a man got a piece of land. The government doesn't seem to have any money to fix the major roads. They're going to do develop. And it goes on to say, for the purpose of subsection 1, person applying for the grant and disposition of Crown land shall be required to pay a development fee to offset the installation of utilities and for roads infrastructure development. But the problem I have with this, right, there's nothing that says reasonable or nothing in this stuff, right? Let's take the government. The government cannot do anything under $1 million. Give it to a private citizen, they probably could do it for $250,000. It is a sad situation in the country. Now, you're gonna give, let's take Spooner that needs some real work. And the government was doing that project. We were doing the roads and putting electricity. We wouldn't have been able to pay for it. So it needs a different plan. It needs a different something here. I don't know what it is right now, but either the people ain't get no land, the roads and the thing. But this bill is saying before such lands are disposed, this ain't giving you no option, you know. This is quite specific. So, Acting Premier, pay attention. You know, Madam Speaker, condition for lease agreement and review of lease agreement. I have a 34-2. They said lease terms including duration and rental rates may be determined on a case-by-case basis. I have a problem with some of this stuff. On a case-by-case basis. So, if the acting premier is doing, if he has a piece of, let's say reclamation, and you're making a lot of money, you should pay more, and if I'm making much, I should pay less. That's what he's saying? Now just asking, I'm running some stuff to my brain. I don't want to call other people. We got to be careful with some of this stuff. Madam Speaker, cancellation or disposition or grant of Crown land under 35 35:1. It says where a person who holds a grant or disposition of Crown land, the unit may send a notice by registered mail addressed to the person at the person's last known address and requiring the person to pay the money due or to comply with the conditions stipulated in the terms within 60 days after notice. Number 2 says if the default failure or neglect continues after the 60 days, actually the 60-day period, the governor with the approval of cabinet may cancel the grant or disposition. Sounds good. Can't do it without the minister's approval, cabinet. So again, we need to, I have some little concern that we'll discuss in the cabinet. And then the governor cancel a grant or disposition under this section. The interest in the Crown land of the holder of the grant or disposition of all persons claiming through the holder is forfeited and at an end. B, improvements to the land becomes government property. And C, the money previously paid for the grant or disposition should be forfeited to the government. But where it gets tricky, Madam Speaker, is down, and it's so far down I have to leave it, where the inspectors go into the property. And that's where you begin to have problems. Application for permit, Madam Speaker. I didn't quite understand this clause. Because 36:1 says, notwithstanding the use of Crown land under Section 27, permits may be issued to persons for other specific activities on Crown land as may be approved. I was trying to come up with some of this stuff, and I see food vans, I see car wash, I see people who want to create a botanic garden next to their property for seating. We call it green space. I see that, but I don't know if that's what is meant here. You know, because it says you must apply, it must send the relevant document. And then, you know, there are some other things in this document, like 3B. 3B says consideration of matters such as potential impact on the environment, public safety, and community welfare. This, I guess, I don't know. I tried to find an example. Like somebody got a piece of Crown land to keep a. Let's say the music fest has just gone, get a piece of Crown land, and they're making noise, and people is not heard. Well, what that applies there? So if I get a permit for a beach, that's what it means? To be on the beach. To play some music. And if I am disturbing a neighbor, that's no, it's something that I really don't understand how it works. So I don't think I am being, what a big word I'm looking for, facetious. You know. Madam Speaker, you know, again, cabinet seems to be. I don't know if I've seen it. Backbenchers, I don't know if I've seen it the way I've seen it. You know, is it that when we on this side we have a clear vision? Yeah. We have a 2020 vision of what's happening. But when you get out there over on the other side, you can't see because some of this stuff is really making cabinet look like they don't have anything to do. I don't want to use a big word, but it makes it sound so because all of this stuff you're saying, either the board, the unit, or the governor or the ad hoc committees. So I think the taxpayers will save themselves a lot of money and allow the governor to run the place. My colleague said no way. So I have to stick with my colleagues. And Madam Speaker, again, 35, 36, 10. Again, here it is again, the 30 days. So these 30 days stuff where people could have to be given an answer, it can't be right. And you're talking about a simple thing as a permit. You know, a permit is something you apply for, and if you get it or you don't get it, so you can make another decision to whether to. But it says if the once cabinet approves, you only got 30 days to give you an answer. That can't be right. Madam Speaker, this is where compliance and enforcement, this is where everything rolls together. Because this is where the existing leases and people who violated their leases, in other words, you were given permission to build a single family dwelling and you build an apartment building. This is where it gets tricky. Review of leases, permits, and addressing encroachments. The Crown Lands Unit shall be generally responsible for reviewing all, they didn't say some, all existing lease agreements to ensure leases fulfill their obligations and they use land for the approved purposes. All existing ICPO problems. Madam Speaker, and then inspection, it goes down, they have some other obligation in the review of the permits and the general addressing the matters of encroachment. In inspections, the minister may appoint members of staff of the Crown Lands Unit to act as authorized inspectors for the purposes of this act. And then there's a whole load of things, a load of what the inspector can do, authorized inspector. And then 38 says, members of the public may report potential violations or concerns to the Crown Lands Unit. You know, I can see, I wish they could be solved, you know, but I don't see how practical this is. Because you have violations like septic tanks running in other people's backyard, which should not happen. You don't need to make a law to solve the problem, because I'm sure you have existing laws that can. Is this going to solve the problem? Or are we going to get inspectors in trouble? 4 says, in the course of exercising the functions of an authorized inspector, the inspector shall, if required to do so, by any person who is subject to exercise of the function, produce his or her identification card to the person. So these inspectors, minister, are going to have badges. It doesn't say so in the document, but it says identification. It's not listed any place in regulation. Okay. Notices, Madam Speaker, it says that 39.1 says, this section does not empower and authorize inspector to enter any part of a property without the permission of the occupier, which is what should happen. 3, where the permission of the occupier is not granted under subsection 2, a search warrant may be obtained from the court. I guess I don't know why you need a search warrant, but again, and then it goes on to say, other case, if considered expedient to do so, an enforcement notice may be served on the person requiring the breach to be remedied. And then if the breach is not remedied, then destructive actions could be taken. Now, this is where it gets, to me, the House of Assembly needs to be involved. An enforcement notice shall be in such form as may be prescribed by regulations and shall be served on the owner of the occupier of the Crown land to which it relates. Madam Speaker, it doesn't say that these regulations must be subject to affirmative or negative resolution of the House. That needs to be corrected. You just can't, the minister just can't sit down in this, well, not you, but they give you a piece of paper and you sign off on it. It can't be done that way. That needs to be corrected. Madam Speaker, for the purposes of this section, the unit shall ensure that there is collaboration with the police, so they got to work with the police so that they can do their arrest, because only the police has powers of arrest. The 41B says, Madam Speaker, the minister responsible for Crown land in collaboration with the Waste Management Department where necessary shall take such steps as may be necessary, including the removal, demolition, or alteration of an illegal structure, and the removal, impounding, and destruction of an abandoned or unclaimed vehicle, building material, or other property left unattended for an extended period of 5 days or more. An abandoned vehicle, Madam Speaker, by the DMV Act, there is a procedure, not DMV, Waste Management Act, there is a procedure, a time frame for doing these things. This is saying now 5 days. So you can have a conflict with the time. This can speed it up. If the DMV already given permission, that's their responsibility. Waste Management, sorry. Waste Management has that responsibility, so you can't do this to overrule something like that. But here you're given 5 days. But to tell somebody they approve or disapprove, they want 30 days. It doesn't make sense. You know. Madam Speaker, and then there's an appeal procedure tribunal, again with 3 members chosen by the minister, appointed by cabinet. Again, it's written backward. We can't go backward. It must be appointed by the minister with approval of cabinet. We're going backward all the time. We're taking the country backward. By the time we finish, we're gonna be back in slavery if you continue at this speed going backward. Madam Speaker, we're in section 42. 42.6. If any vacancy occurs in the membership of the tribunal, such vacancy shall be filled by appointment of another member who shall hold office for the remainder of the period. It doesn't say how. And nowhere in here it says how. A member of the tribunal other than the chairperson may at any time resign. The names of members of the tribunal at first must be gazetted. The names of the tribunal must be gazetted. The members of the tribunal shall be paid such remuneration and an arrangement salary or fees. Allowances as the minister may determine from the funds of the board. But I don't understand where the board is getting funds either, because it says it must be paid into the consolidated fund. So how is a board getting funded? I didn't read about that the board is being paid. But here the tribunal is being paid. And the tribunal is protected, the appeal tribunal. You got 30 days. Huh? Okay. You know, a person aggrieved by a decision made under this act may, within 30 days appeal. I don't have a difficulty with that. The decision of the tribunal, they say they're final, not final, but they say that the tribunal shall provide copies of the tribunal decisions to all parties to the appeal at no cost. I don't have a problem. A decision of the tribunal may be appealed to the High Court. I think that's the right thing to do. Madam Speaker, failure to comply with order of the tribunal, you could end up in jail for 2 years or $10,000 fine. Based on us who were elected on the campaign trail, I could see the government collecting a lot of $10,000 or a lot of people in jail for 2 years. If this condition and these are applied, you know, if we go back to it's not grandfathering anything, you know, it's doing everything backward, forward. The things already happened, and we still gonna. So it needs some thinking. It says the false or misleading evidence. If you go before the tribunal, you give false and misleading evidence. You get 2 years, up to 2 years in jail, $10,000 fine. Offenses: a person commits an offense if the person does any of the following, and there are about six things: occupies or possesses crown land without lawful authority. Yeah, I understand what it's saying, and nothing is grandfathered in it. I want you to understand this. 51. Yeah. No, they shouldn't do it. Don't get me wrong. They should not be doing this. But we know they're doing it, so therefore, and no one stop them. So if you don't grandfather something, some of them don't need to be grandfathered. I do agree also. But you're seeing the problems that you're going to have to face. And they say use crown land without lawful authority. C, being the holder of a lease permit or other disposition issued under this act uses crown land for a purpose not provided for in the disposition, is guilty of an act or default by which a lease permit or other form of disposition issued under the act may be terminated, obstruct, hinders, or resist any person, including an authorized inspector in the execution of his or her functions under this act, fails to comply with any lawful requirements under this act, commits an offense and is liable on summary conviction to a fine not exceeding $10,000 or 2 years in jail. If you don't find somewhere of grandfathering something, I see farmer, fishermen, everybody end up in jail. Madam Speaker, the fees stated, and the fees, the minister does all this on his own House of Assembly, with no House of Assembly approval. That has to be fixed. Again, this is back in the 40s and 50s. This kind of legislation, it can't be that we going backward. This is a fee specified in the schedule to this act shall be payable in respect of matters referred to in schedule, and such fees shall be paid into the consolidated fund. So again, I don't understand where the board is going to get money from, what money they keep. The fees goes to the thing, the lease land goes, the fees for leases goes to the crown. So where are they going to get money from? And it says regulation, the minister may with the approval of cabinet make regulations not inconsistent with the act for carrying into effect provision of this act. These regulations again must be subject to the House of Assembly approval, whether by a positive or negative resolution. Positive resolution means you bring it and immediately we debate it and it's approved or disapproved. The government always have the most members, so it will be approved, but at least the people on the outside will know exactly what the government is doing. A negative resolution means you bring it in within 40 days, if somebody, which will be most likely an opposition member, take it off the table and ask for it to be debated. And by then 40 days of destruction might already happen. So it has to be done faster than that. Madam Speaker, 54, almost there, Madam Speaker. 54 describe the type of activity that may be approved for the purpose of permit under this act. Again, when we get to committee stages, permit stuff, somebody gonna help me out on exactly what are some of the activities can be done under permit. So, Madam Speaker, we are here to debating the Crongland Policy 2024, Crongland Bill, not policy. There's a policy, but Crongland Bill 2024. And Madam Speaker, I just want to say in my final remarks is that the government of today need to understand what lands mean. Crongland doesn't mean that the Krong, which is the royal family and whoever is, give us this land to give to people. No. That was the payment for the hard work our forefathers did without pay. So we got the land. And don't tell me now the sons of former slaves and the sons of former slave masters going to take it back from us. Madam Speaker, it can't be that all of us collectively can look at this and see that this cannot be in the interest of all people. It cannot. I know we need to make rules and regulations, but we got to be careful. Today I am here, today you are here. I suspect by the next 30 years, we're not going to look like this. We're going to look a little different. And the room will have a lighter complexion. Do not underestimate what we're doing here, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, with those few remarks, I rest my case.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now recognize the member for the 2nd District, Honorable Melvin Turnbull.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I too rise to give my contributions to the bill before this honorable House. And Madam Speaker, while I begin, one of the first amendments that I want to make to this bill is that it be named the 49 Land Management Bill, not Crown Land. The leader of opposition started exactly, he ended Apologies, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to give my contributions to this bill before this honorable House. And one of the first amendments that I would make, the Leader Opposition ended where I plan to start, which is to ensure that this bill be renamed the Virgin Islands Lands Management Bill. Because as the Leader Opposition ended in stating that the Crown, even though we are a dependent territory, did not give us any land. This land was fought for by those that came before us. Madam Speaker, the last bill before this House, I took the liberty and the time to go through the preamble of the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007. I won't go through the entirety in this particular debate, but I just want to highlight a specific section that underpins the importance of what lands mean to the people of the Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, in the second or third paragraph, it says, "The mindful of the people of the Virgin Islands have expressed a desire for their own constitution to reflect who they are as a people and a country, and their quest for social justice, economic empowerment, and political advancement." Then you skip down to paragraph 5, recalling that because of historical, economic, and other reasons, many of the people of the Virgin Islands reside elsewhere but have and continue to have an ancestral connections and bond with those islands. But the section I want to focus on, Madam Speaker, deals with the lands, the tie of the people of the Virgin Islands to their land. Which is right above and in between the political advancement and constitution and between that paragraph that I just read. It says, recognizing that the people of the Virgin Islands have a free and independent spirit and have developed themselves, and their country based on the qualities of honesty, integrity, mutual respect, self-reliance, and the ownership of the land, engendering a strong sense of belonging to and a kinship with these islands. So, Madam Speaker, this ain't no Crown land. This is Virgin Islands land. And just to give the preface for the information for my debate, Madam Speaker, I'm going to be referring to a few pieces of document, which is the bill itself, which is before this honorable House. I am going to be referring to the Renwick Report of February 1988. I am going to be referring to the Anegada Advisory Land Committee report, together, Madam Speaker, with the Crown Lands, Virgin Islands Crown Land Policy, and the Virgin Islands Crown Land Distribution Policy Review Report. And Madam Speaker, I'm also going to make mention of and refer to in an extract from that has been published by the Cabinet of the Virgin Islands dealing with how these things came about. Madam Speaker, as I prepared and went through the document, the report, and all the support. Over the last few weeks, it almost feels like deja vu. It almost feels like we've been in this place before. What I'm struggling with, Madam Speaker, is the fact that yet again here we are, 2 years since April 27, 28, being sworn into Cabinet of the Virgin Islands on May 5th of 2022, and being put in a position because of the report or the recommendations from the Commission of Inquiry by Commissioner Hickenbottom, and B30 and 31 specifically in that report, which now brings about the piece of legislation that is before this honorable House. But before this legislation came to being, there were some other requirements that should have been followed to get us to this point, Madam Speaker, but in my simple and humble estimation, they have been completely ignored and abandoned. And in certain instances, Madam Speaker, only parts of the information were used to benefit whomever is supposed to be sitting on these bodies for land distribution in this territory. Madam Speaker, recommendation B30 of the COI report. Commissioner said, I recommend that there should be a wholesale review of the process of the disposal of Crown land to ensure that such disposals are the subject of an open and transparent process. This review should, and in my view, should be led by a senior public officer. Without restricting the ambit of such review, it seems to me that the review should include consideration of an independent body or independent bodies established to consider application for Crown lands disposal for domestic and commercial use. The degree of the nature of the involvement of members of the local community in an advisory committee, criteria for the disposal of a Crown land for domestic and commercial use, including whether applications for domestic and or commercial Crown land by non-belongers ought to be entertained, and if so, the criteria for such grants, which should be both published and applied, and whether there should be an executive discretionary power in relation to Crown land disposal. Any such powers should only be maintained when necessary, and where any powers are maintained when they should be, subject to clearly expressed published guidelines. B31, Madam Speaker, of the Commissioner's report. And this is a Commissioner Inquiry report. I recommend that all disposals of Crown land, whether outright, by lease, or otherwise over the last 3 years, be the subject of a full audit performed by the Auditor General or some other independent person or body instructed by her, and a report on that audit be presented to the Governor. The terms of the exercise should include consideration for the following. The extent to which a body of independent of the executive, such as an estate land committee, was involved in the selection process. If so, the nature and the extent of that role. 2, the criteria applied in consideration of the application and by whom. 3, whether the executive exercised any discretion in relation to the selection process, and if so, how was it exercised, and whether any guidance or criteria were applied. Unless in the meantime, the relevant BVI authorities consider otherwise, further steps including any criminal investigation and steps to recover public money, including recovery from any public official who has acted improperly, can await the outcome of this audit. B32, Madam Speaker. In respect to the disposal of parcel 310 of block 2938B, Rotown Registration Section, I recommend that the matter be referred to the appropriate authorities for consideration of whether a criminal investigation or investigations in relation to the recovery of the public money expended should be made having regard to 1. The available evidence, including the information provided by the COI, and 2. Dual evidential and public interest. Now, Speaker, I said steps. Steps should have been taken to bring us to this point. And Madam Speaker, one of the main steps that should have been referred to is this report prepared by John Douglas and Barrymore Renwick QC in 1988, which, Madam Speaker, in page 1, item number 2, declares that this report was deemed to examine and report on the various claims of ownership, not only those based on occupation, but those based on historical or other grounds to the lands or any part of lands on Anegada. Number 4 talks about to advise the government of the British Virgin Islands on the framework for the equitable distribution of lands on Anegada. So let me start with Anegada, Madam Speaker. Let me start with Anegada before I get into this bill. Madam Speaker, this is significant to me, as it is and should be even more significant to the people of this Virgin Islands because it deals with their land. And one of the things that I see, and it is bringing about some level of fear and concern for me, Madam Speaker, is I don't know, but it is almost impossible to believe that the members of cabinet, the members of the government of this present day went through this piece of legislation that is before this House and understood what is being proposed. And Madam Speaker, I say that from a point of being put in a position of having to defend B30, 31, and 32. B30, B31, and 32. After becoming the Minister for the subject of Natural Resources and Labor back in May of 2022. Madam Speaker, it was my responsibility as the Minister to ensure that the ministry engaged this independent reviewer to go over and ensure that the recommendations of the COI report as it deals with Crown land distributions, both for commercial and residential purposes were detailed and a clear-cut policy, a clear-cut framework of how we are to proceed. So it's difficult, Madam Speaker, to stand here today and not see something that mirrors the evidence of the information placed in the and submitted by the reviewer, Mr. David Abednego, on January 16th of 2023. Madam Speaker, this it feels as if the work that was put in and the time and the energy that was used to try to do our part to ensure that the recommendation B30, 31, and 32 of the COI was satisfied is now being cast aside because we seemingly would have some kind of breathing room. So we are putting in what we want to put in, taking what we want to take out, and there's hope it passed through cabinet and it comes here and hopefully it just goes through and then we go down the road singing Kumbaya. But our land and the land of the people of these islands would have been lost. And Madam Speaker, before I get into the report, I know the leader of opposition won't do it because he's such a nice guy. But Madam Speaker, this bill has been introduced by the acting Premier, Honorable Kairima. But the bill should be and should have been introduced by the Premier of the Territory, Dr. Natalia Whitley. Because it is his portfolio. It is now his responsibility as Minister for the subject. Then I understand the Minister, the Premier is out of the Territory. Having meetings and such and so on and so forth. But Madam Speaker, I sit down in this honorable house, we had an informal meeting and we were told about the deadlines that we have of May 31st and how important it was that we meet these deadlines, and members suggested both on the government side and on the opposition side, how important it was, even if the Premier was going to meet with the Overseas Territory Minister, that he take the leader of opposition with him. Everyone agreed, Madam Speaker. And here we are today. The Premier here, the opposition holding the quorum, 6 members in the opposition to 3 members on the government side. And the leader of opposition sitting here debating the bill. Acting Premier just read what I'm giving. Objects and reading. And Madam Speaker, is this really important? Is it really important to us? The state that our country is in, the things that we went through, and the fact that this guillotine, so to speak, is standing over our heads and we here playing Pilinki board, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I don't know who else. If if 12 of your colleagues, including your cabinet ministers, tell you if you're going to meet with a UK minister, take the leader opposition with you. Because it's about country. And you ain't take your gun by yourself. What is? There ain't something you want to do on your own? That's stubbornness. Call old people and say you're stubborn. Madam Speaker, and why I keep saying it's deja vu, because it's almost like what we've seen before. A one-man wrecking crew.
Honorable, please stick to the topic at hand.
I am on the topic, Madam Speaker. I am so much on the topic. You won't believe how much on the topic I am. Madam Speaker, I gotta get name first. Madam Speaker, we speak about the 3 pillars of the BVI. And we've heard repeatedly, because of where they have brought us, that the 3 pillars of the BVI in terms of economics and finance are tourism, financial services, and supposed to be fisheries and agriculture. And Madam Speaker, in the last House, the 4th House of Assembly, based on some conversations I've been having with my seniors, I understood a different set of pillars. And in this context, Madam Speaker, as we deal with lands, I understand that the 3 pillars to a Virgin Island and to a BVI land, Madam Speaker, is the ability to own land, the ability to own the business in their land, and the ability to be educated and contribute towards the development of that land. That's the 3 pillars of a Virgin Island. To own the land, to own the business in the land, and to be educated to lead the development of the land. So when you come to land, it's enshrined in the preamble of the 2007 Constitution, is even further developed, Madam Speaker, as a proposal in the Constitutional Review Commissioner's report of how important land is to persons because of its historical context, Madam Speaker, because of the struggle, because of slavery, because of where we came from. Because Virgin Islanders, Madam Speaker, understand that they must preserve, protect, and promote the land for future generations. So, Madam Speaker, while I was there in the Ministry of Natural Resources, and this is the thing, this is how much this thing means to me. Madam Speaker, the people of the 2nd District cut my tail. During that time, that 10, 11 months, Madam Speaker, because I took on this ministry understanding that the country was, I won't say up for grabs, but up for takeover. So every morning, Madam Speaker, I'm the first person in the office, usually the last person to leave, because I needed to understand what I was given responsibility for. I had to go through the evidence provided in the COI report. And with the permanent secretary at the time, Joseph Smith Abbott, Madam Speaker, and the team of the people there in that ministry, they worked tirelessly. And I remember one thing I said to them, Madam Speaker, I ain't here to make friends, because at any date, our constitution could be suspended and all of us will go home and be under control by somebody who doesn't look like us and doesn't understand where we came from. And that was my modus operandi, Madam Speaker, every single day until we could bring this report with the recommendations from the reviewer and provide information that would show, even in cabinet and through the ministry, that we were serious about correcting the wrongs highlighted, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, you would have to bear with me, because the reflections of where we were to where we are now are still the same. The emotions of uncertainty, wondering, Madam Speaker, if we have lost the ancestral warrior spirit of our Virgin Island. Wondering, Madam Speaker, if we have put aside our confidence in who we are as a people and our history to push forward despite the things that have been said and the evidence put forward against us. And Madam Speaker, for me, I got reassured even in uncertainty because of my dedication and focus for the people of this territory, because I appreciate the history of where we came from. I understand, Madam Speaker, in speaking to the various committees from Salt Island, representatives from Anegada, representatives, Madam Speaker, from the Virgin Gorda community, Madam Speaker, as it deals with copper. Madam Speaker, I have a deeper appreciation for this whole land concept. But it seems, Madam Speaker, that the government is not paying attention to the details that are important to the people. It seems as if, Madam Speaker, we're just doing another rush through. The priorities are all messed up, Madam Speaker, seemingly. The things that should be prioritized, Madam Speaker, something as important as this, Madam Speaker, should not have to come to the House. Just like the immigration bill in this form. It shows that we are just letting people do what they want. Or whoever put forward something, we put it in, and then it comes down to the House, and then we try to correct it, because the members on this side are going to read it and go through it and question it. And then y'all catch phrase, Madam Speaker, is we're going to fix it in committee. That's why you got work to do, you got responsibility, do your work. So that when we come here, we could have some sort of conversation that makes sense. Not that we basically going to have to take this bill, strip it, and create a new bill like we did with the immigration bill. Madam Speaker, in the Mr. Ebendigo's report, when he touches on Crown land. It's not numbered by page, but in his topic on Crown land, he states that approximately 33% of all lands in the territory are owned by the Crown. Although Anegada, North Sound Virgin Gorda, and Salt Island Crown lands have a history of traditional use by ancestral families. Administration and management of both terrestrial and marine Crown lands is fraught with unique challenges. There exists no management plan to provide for the sound planning, management, and use of Crown land. Crown lands must serve the public interest while facilitating private homeowner aspirations and economic development. Madam Speaker, that's the opening from Mr. Abednego. Recommendation 1 from Mr. Abednego. This is the reviewer who we agreed to put in place based on the COA recommendations to get us to a policy, to a bill to pass, to be able to be in a better position than where we were. Recommendation number 1, it is recommended that there be one central entity. Speaker, the reviewer says, it is recommended that there be one central entity that is responsible for receiving and vetting applications for the use of Crown lands. A National Estate Committee may be established, if so named, to assist the authority in vetting applications. National Estate Committee. It is recommended that a National Estate Committee be established, which may be responsible for reviewing and vetting applications of the use of Crown lands. The Ministry of Natural Resources and Labor will no longer directly receive applications for the use of residential lands and commercial lease arrangements. The proposed committee with, Madam Speaker, this is its ending paragraph under recommendation 1. The proposed committee, the same committee here for the National Estate Committee, the proposed committee with the exception, Madam Speaker, when you say with the exception, it means without. You got to exclude them, you got to take them out, you got to remove them, you got to take them away. The proposed committee, with the exception of the Anegada Lands Committee, will take the place of the various individual land committees. The proposed committees will interact directly with the Crown Lands Authority to support the land disposal decision-making process. That's recommendation 1. Madam Speaker, the legislation or the bill before the House, Madam Speaker, is establishing a board committee that has now removed, Madam Speaker, the Anegada Lands Committee, which, as I go forward, you would see the same Anegada Lands Committee in this cabinet paper dated November 17, 2021, where cabinet recommend that this committee be established as a statutory body to continue the work that they have started. But the bill, Madam Speaker, is removing them from the entire process and putting a committee or ad hoc committee in place where there will be this person of authority from the ministry who's responsible for distributing Crown lands. So everything is going back up to one individual when you have a committee, Madam Speaker. who done set up. Madam Speaker, I work with this committee. And during that time, we were able to present to Cabinet for approvals and consideration about 95 applications. This issue of Crown lands, especially for the people of Anegada, has been going on from 2009, a long time. And now we are single-handedly removing this established committee to do what we think we want to do. Recommendation 2. The reviewer recommended that all of the technical departments, ministry units responsible for land management, land survey, land registry, valuation, remain under the Ministry of Natural Resources and Labor, and those technical areas will be covered to support this National Estate Committee. Madam Speaker, you know what I believe? I believe we are so much in a hurry going nowhere that we're not paying attention to what got us to this place. And Madam Speaker, why I say that is because what got us to this place, there's the audit report on lands that came up in the COI, lands that dealt with, as the Commissioner called it, abuse. To the 3 years that is covered under the audit. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, in the audit report of August 23rd, 2023, Crown Lands Distribution, the auditor found a number of cases where powers were abused. Madam Speaker, and this is what I would have hoped, together with this review's report, would have helped form and shape what is now being presented to this House. Because from the audit and from the reviewer's report, there are issues, Madam Speaker, where lands were issued to persons for little to nothing, where lands were given to persons, Madam Speaker, at little to no cost, not even comparing what the current market value of the land would be. So rent was charged based on whoever was in the seat at the time. 45 acres of land, Madam Speaker, and your rent on a year is $88,000 a year. And in other instances, Madam Speaker, you have a half an acre and your rent is $800 a year. Madam Speaker, it just don't make sense. Lands were exchanged between Delta and Nature's Way. Leased for $100, and on the other instant, $800, with some swap done by a kiosk in the pay pack. Then, Madam Speaker, even in the very beautiful district of the second, in Spooner's Estate, this audit report highlights where 14 persons who were issued approvals through cabinet for lands in Spooner's Estate. Them get them land take back. The land was taken back. They lost the land. And then, Madam Speaker, 7 persons were selected with no set criteria. And placed in 7 of those 14 pieces of land. And Madam Speaker, I like when we have these conversations. Talk the truth. The truth shall set you free. Madam Speaker, the land that was taken away, the acting premier said it was not taken away, it was given up because they weren't paying. But Madam Speaker,
Honorable Member, I'm sorry, was that on record? I don't think that was on record. So
Madam
let's
Speaker, I
be
heard it.
mindful.
I heard it when I was on record, or when I was giving my contribution. I know you heard it too. So it had to be on record. And I'm the one contributing, Madam Speaker. And I think she wrote it down too. I think she heard it too. Madam Speaker, this same land, you take back 14 pieces of land. But then there were other persons who weren't paid. And they got to keep their land. And then in other places where Crown land were issued, some payments were not even issued, not in Spooners, Madam Speaker, if we go across the waters to the 9th district. Persons never paid, but that land wasn't taken back. So the auditor, Madam Speaker, highlighted that there was not a fair and transparent process in which these undertakings were had. They highlighted Blunder Bay, as I said, Bevis Sylvester and Nature's Way. And then they even went into lands issued that provided a conflict or appearance of conflict, Madam Speaker, between the minister and one of his constituents, the then minister. And Madam Speaker, the point of this entire argument is these things were highlighted. They were asked to be examined and reviewed. A reviewer did a report. The audit did a report. And you still come here half-stepping, Madam Speaker, before the people of the Virgin Islands? And then we try, Madam Speaker, that every single step or misstep that this government makes to justify foolishness. More energy, Madam Speaker, is spent frolicking and abusing taxpayers' money than doing the things that we should be doing, especially in this time. Start me up. Madam Speaker, recommendation number 3. It is recommended that this said body be completely independent from the ministry, with the remit of managing the disposal of crown lands, of all crown lands. It will be worth considering whether through legislation this entity can be enfolded into Wickham City Development Authority and given a broader statutory mandate. The Crown Land Authority, if so named, will collaborate with the Crown Lands Advisory Committee appointed by Cabinet, which will carry out the day-to-day functions associated with the disposal of Crown land. This is the recommendation. And Madam Speaker, at the face of the legislation, it speaks to the establishment of the Crown Lands Management Board. There should be established a Crown Land Management Board, hereinafter referred to the board, which shall make recommendations to Cabinet and grant on the disposition of all available Crown lands to eligible persons, monitor and control the enforcement of the legislation. The board, in carrying out its function under subsection 1, shall act at all times in a transparent, accountable, and responsible manner when dealing with the disposal of Crown lands. B, properly consider the cultural and historical nuances of each island and in the territory when dealing with the disposal of Crown lands, subject to the recommendation of the advisory panels and the committees. So, Madam Speaker, you see, it sounds good. But the details in the belly of the beast change the very authority of the board and gives the power to this ad hoc committee. The reviewer stated, based on the COI recommendation, that it should be an independent body. But in this document, we have placed persons from the ministry to be the one dealing with all the work and reviewing and deciding what happens and what goes forward and what doesn't go forward. How? And who we think we're fooling? So, Madam Speaker, is it that we are seriously concerned about doing what is right? Or we want to carry on down the same road and hoping nobody pay attention to it until we get catch again? Tell me what you see. Madam Speaker, reviewer stated, the Crown Lands Authority undertaking the full management of Crown lands. Option 1, the authority having the responsibility of Wickham Ski Development will continue to manage leases which have traditionally been under its control and remit. Surpluses received to government while the Ministry of Natural Resources and Labor continue to manage the existing lease and collections under its purview. The Leader of Opposition, Madam Speaker, spoke about the historical aspect of what would happen before this bill comes into force. What would happen with persons who would have been grandfathered under different categories, Madam Speaker? This bill doesn't. Two documents for the same cause, and the reviewer saying one thing and the bill ignoring what the reviewer says. So, Madam Speaker, what the problem is? I proceed. Recommendation 4. It is recommended, Madam Speaker, that there be a committee that provides advice to the government regarding the use of Crown lands. The Crown Land Advisory Committee, if so named, will comprise of members of the community and the relevant technical experts within the government. Madam Speaker, I pause. Madam Speaker, on May 5th, 2024, the chairman of the Anegada Lands Development Advisory Committee prepared a correspondence Darrell A. Ruan Jr. And in his letter, Madam Speaker, he pens, "With the massive success of our community meeting, I would like to thank you from the top of my heart for your attendance and support of the Anegada Lands Committee Advisory Committee community meeting. Finally, Anegadas hold one head. Alas, Anegadans, I'm sorry to say that though the government did edit the policy over the weekend, apparently it was only to reflect the lands in Salt Island be granted for the first-time homebuyers in addition to Anegadians, whereas other islands will have to purchase. Salt Islanders, we share an ancestral connection. Please be advised that they have not made any changes to your commercial land development, none. According to this policy, Crown lands for the purpose of commercial and agricultural development would be made available on a leasehold agreement only, except in the special case of Anegada, where land may be for the disposal of these purposes by eligible persons. Virgin Islands Crown Land Policy Draft 2023, the very fact that they did not consult Salt Islanders as well as Anegadians as to how this policy will affect them is amazing. The Premier attended the Anegada consultant meeting very late, skipped portions of the policy, then stated that he would protect the views of Anegadians and promised to return for further discussions. He instructed us to write letters to the ministry outlining our concerns so that they can use it to have a more in-depth conversations upon his return, only to literally pull the wool over the people's eyes and not return. In order to implement any policy, proper consultation with the people is an absolute necessity, as it promotes good governance and transparency. Madam Speaker, I see transparency someplace. Oh yeah, in the bill and transparency all over the place. When you factor in that there were a total of 3 cabinet members that sat in the meeting that heard the Premier say what he said, and none of them are coming to the defense of Anegadians, is a wake-up call that we need. The ministers are bonded to this situation by fate. For as fate would have it, if both the Premier Whitley and Honorable Vincent Whitley are descendants of Anegada, Honorable Vincent Whitley, 9th District Representative, while Deputy Premier Lorna Smith was Commissioner of the Renworth's Personal Secretary during the COI into Anegada lands. They were all in attendance during the Anegada consultant meeting on November 5th, 2023, and heard the Anegadas rebuke this policy in its entirety. Madam Speaker, that's the letter from Anegada. I personally sat in a meeting on Just Van Dyke, dealing with this same Crown lands policy when they were developing the policy. Questions were asked. People of the Just Van Dyke community gave their submissions in terms of how they thought land should be distributed. Madam Speaker, I heard the Premier make a statement in terms of what would be done and further communication would be done. And then right after the Premier spoke, Madam Speaker, the officers that were there from his ministry tried to take the conversation in a different direction that the Premier led. And I asked myself, this can't be what really happening. And Madam Speaker, as the conversation continued, I realized that there was a tug of war. But there shouldn't be a tug of war, because the Premier is the Minister of Lands. And if he's given directive and instructions of what's about, that should be followed by his officer, but there was a pushback. And Madam Speaker, coming to the pushback, because there seems to be a trend. There seems to be a trend into how transparent we want this process to be. Further in the Renwick report, Madam Speaker, this is the same letter from the Commissioner, from the Chairman Ruan. The Renwick report of 1988 establishes the framework for the review of the institutional and governance arrangement for the management and disposal of land on Anegada. The Commissioner writes that there is a persistent tradition that ownership of the island was granted to Anegadians by Queen Victoria, written by John Douglas and Barrymore Renwick, 1998. The Commissioner Renwick will continue, as far as I'm aware, there is not a single Anegadian howsoever that expression may be identified, who does not believe that Anegada was given to the Anegadians by Queen Victoria. Indeed, I was told by more than one person that the deed or proclamation which evidenced this gift was actually been seen in person at the government house in Tortola. Chairman says, I can find no trace of any such document. I do, however, recommend a close analysis of the lands titled in Anegada Ordinance of 1885, which I believe to be true to the source of Anegadian belief. The long title of this ordinance is an ordinance to authorize the allotment of crown lands in the island of Anegada. I am firmly of the view, Renwick would say, that the inhabitants of Anegada do not consider themselves part of the decision-making process with regard to the development of Anegada. A number of them are convinced that the government in Tortola is seeking to deprive them of their lands. In order to allay all their fears, I recommend that the Advisory Development Committee, consisting of not less than 5 nor more than 9 members, should be appointed by the minister. This committee will advise the minister on all development proposals carried out in Anegada. And then the Commissioner Renwick concluded in his recommendations that 1, a land use policy be drawn up for Anegada. This plan should suggest areas suitable for housing, agriculture, conservation, recreation, and development. This survey should be given wide public publicity and ideally have the support of the majority of inhabitants of Anegada. 2, the walls should be vested in their owners, where it is possible positively to identify the owners and the boundaries of the walls. An advisory development committee should be appointed. This committee will at first be purely advisory and would advise the minister on the type, size of the land, etc. for all development in Anegada. 4, where the development is to be carried out by Anegadans, additional incentives should be given to such developments according to the Renwick report. Madam Speaker, that's March 2024. There's another correspondence in May. There's another correspondence leading up to even last night, Madam Speaker, that gives a chronological report on the correspondences between the Anegada Land Development Committee and the government and the Ministry of the Virgin Islands, Madam Speaker, that are contradicting the very essence of what the Premier and his cabinet members would have stated in their meeting. Madam Speaker, this piece of legislation is excluding the people of Anegada. It is excluding the people of Salt Island. And it does not take into consideration the historical context of the lands of Nottingham Estate, the lands down in the third district for NIBS. It doesn't take into consideration the lands in Virginia for the copper mine. Stevens Estate, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, to just put something here that on the surface that you believe is going to satisfy things when it makes things 10 times worse. When it does not give the appreciation or for the importance of what land has meant to these people. Madam Speaker, I sat in the ministry and I asked the question. When was the last piece of land we buy back? That we bought back? Madam Speaker. When was the last piece of land, Madam Speaker? And this is what I'm saying, Madam Speaker. When people do not understand the importance of the history, and because they are given some level of authority, they erode systems and put things in place that they don't understand. Madam Speaker, you break down institutions, you break down countries, you break down processes, Madam Speaker. Just ask a question. The information there. No, you want to go take people land back. And the people that have already applied, who've been waiting from thy kingdom come, who've already went through the processes and submitted whatever information that was said, whether this government in or that government in or this PS in or that PS in or this secretary in or that. And Madam Speaker, you're telling them no, that you're going to carry them through this because everything, that's what they've been told now. People have been told now everything has to go through this bill. But this bill is incomplete. This bill lacks even the information from the reviewer. It lacks the information from the Redwood report. It lacks the information highlighted in the other report, Madam Speaker, of things that we needed to address. And you're forming this body, and when it boils down to it, to a sole person. Madam Speaker, just like the immigration bill, Section 11, I highlighted it. You had a sole minister wanted to be able to give status by investment, residence by investment, Madam Speaker, and thankfully that will remove. So hopefully, by me highlighting some of these things, we're going to remove and put in what edit and insert what needs to be inserted. Some people in my district will give me some licks. Madam Speaker, I get in there, but I take him a time. Section 11 of the bill, Madam Speaker. Now, I'm not going to go too far into detail because the minister, the leader opposition went far. But I'm drawing the contrast between the reviewers report, the COI, Renwick report, the communications from the established body in the Anegada Lands Committee. I understand, Madam Speaker, that even representation has been made to the government from the people of Salt Island who have those ancestral ties. And still in here. It's still in here, Madam Speaker. Appointment of the ad hoc advisory panels and committee. The board may appoint an ad hoc advisory panel, hereinafter refer to the advisory panel as may be necessary to assist specifically with the disposal of crown lands, considering the cultural and historical nuances and particular islands within the territory, in particular the following islands and areas: Anegada, Salt Island, North Song, and Cooper Island. Madam Speaker, again, how? When Anegada lands is not supposed to fall under this specific committee. And the Anegada Lands Committee has been established. It has been, Madam Speaker, commissioned to be a statutory body by the Cabinet paper of November 2021. So what are you pointing Anegada here for? And Salt Island land, Madam Speaker, because they have the same type of ancestral land, why would we not, Madam Speaker, mirror, copy, like some of this information I will copy from one place and put in another place, that's why it's so disjointed, but copy and imitate and emulate the work that has been done by this lands committee in Anegada. Madam Speaker, let me tell you something. If you want to meet a group of people who I would describe that have that warrior spirit about their lands, Madam Speaker, it's the people of Anegada. Not just the committee, but the people of Anegada. I remember meeting with them 3 times, Madam Speaker. And when the people came into the meeting, they were ready to fight the people on the committee. But what I admire about the committee, Madam Speaker, is the committee is established with groups of persons of their peers from the islands of Anegada who understand their assignment, who are willing to do the due diligence, who are willing to ask the questions, who are willing to take and provide the necessary information to advance the people of Anegada being able to receive their land. And you're telling me you want to strip this because you might have a problem with who the chairman is, and you're hearing all this rhetoric, Madam Speaker, or they want the appointment up so they can remove chairman and remove this person because them see to, yeah, people need to fight for what's theirs. That's what your right is. You fight for your rights, Madam Speaker. And not get away to somebody for a bowl of soup. We have to continue to fight, Madam Speaker, and I am glad that Salt Island and Anegada and even the people from Virginia and whomever will raise up, Madam Speaker, raise them Ebenezer and fight for what is theirs. Can't just have the government and whoever coming up with these ideas because you want to remove certain things and make it easier for you to do what you want. What you doing what you want is what gets us in this space. And saying no on the table saying aye. And then when it come out in front of the COY and he come back and we ball no aye. Grant and disposition, page 16, Madam Speaker, number 27. Grant and disposition of Crown lands for specific purposes. The grant and disposition of Crown lands shall be for the following purposes: residential use, agricultural use, commercial use, seabed development, and reclamation. Madam Speaker, two says the Crown lands may be by sale, lease, or otherwise disposed in such a manner to persons for such purposes as rent and or such other terms and conditions as may be approved. For the purposes of this act, belongers and non-belongers may be eligible to apply for this grant or disposition of Crown lands. 4. Non-belongers applying for the sale and lease of or any form of disposition of Crown lands shall be bound by the requirements of the Non-Belonger Landholdings Act and other relevant enactment of the Non-Belonger Landholding Policy. Madam Speaker, 27(1)B, agricultural lands. That's another policy. That's a whole other body set up by this government to deal with agricultural land. That's a whole other set of confufflation and confusion. Madam Speaker, we have people currently in this territory who have been issued crown land for agricultural purposes, but can't use it because other people using it for their own purposes and charging rent. And the government ain't doing nothing about it. House rent. House rent are down about. Madam Speaker, if I get a paper in my hand from the cabinet of the Virgin Islands saying, here so much, this block and parcel up at Parry Kida Bay, or is it Parry? Up Parry. This for you to farm and cow and goat and sheep and whatnot. And then you go up there, you see a house up there, what to do? Or somebody else occupying their land, Madam Speaker, and when you refer it back to the authorities, Madam Speaker, they're telling you, well, that person been there so long, they don't know how to deal with it. And here's the key and the kicker. Madam Speaker, I would have signed a lease agreement with conditions that I am responsible to pay in the government X amount for this lease. But I can't produce what you give me permission to produce because somebody else there. But you know what happened, Madam Speaker? When it all said and done, I might have another business that I need to have a good standing. A good standing for, and in the government system, it works well when it comes to crucifying our people. It works perfectly. They will tell you can't get a good standing because you have this lease and you haven't paid it for 2 years. And then you say, well, I've been here and I showed my paperwork. Well, that don't have nothing to do with me. You go back down the road and you can fix that. Agricultural, Madam Speaker. All land? And we're afraid to make a decision on all land? Okay. Maybe because 33% of the lands are owned are Virgin Islands land, so we feel that we could just bounce it around. Madam Speaker, leadership requires you to have vision. It requires you to be able to make a decision. It asks that you are passionate about the things that your vision and decision has been cast about, and you must be disciplined in executing so that your vision could be accomplished. We completely continue to treat this country, Madam Speaker, its resources and its people as if they are insignificant, Madam Speaker, when every single person in these Virgin Islands are fully woke and understand everything that is happening. But we're busy going along like dying affecting me, so I gonna keep going. Speaker, we have to get back to basics. Then, Madam Speaker, there's a portion in this bill that asks, I'm going backwards a little bit. 13. This ministry that is responsible for land unit 22, Madam Speaker, ministry responsible for Crown lands. It says, for the purpose of this act, the ministry responsible for Crown lands shall be responsible for publishing notices in the Gazette and at least 2 newspapers circulating in the territory annually to advise the public of availability of Crown lands for lease. Madam Speaker, this same ministry that I was part of for 10 months, that Melvin Mitch Turnbull came up with the idea that all lands that are for sale to non-belonging landholding purposes be published on an online site that belongs to the government, administrated by the Ministry of Natural Resources and Labor. We still talk about newspaper in Gazette. So I've been shut it down since I got here. Madam Speaker, we're walking backwards in a hurry. Simple things that were done. Remember for the 8 right there? You were right there next to me.
What then?
The acting premier were there. You don't want to say nothing now. You only want to rebut foolishness. Madam Speaker, I don't understand. Why is it that because you didn't do something, then you just avoid it, erase it, or discard it? That's because we continue to fight against ourselves. And then when the steely drop and we too, we want to cry, let we stand together in unity. Stop doing stupidness. You have systems in place as you go along. Continue to use them to build. It can't be your personal feelings, Madam Speaker. That's another thing, feeling. Tell me how you feel. How you feel? Madam Speaker. Somebody tell me something too. For my benefit. And rather than listening to what the person's saying from an analytical standpoint, because they might make me feel bad, I ain't studying them all together, and still go down the road and hit up my head. You're feeling, Madam Speaker? You're feeling, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, we seem to have a culture, Madam Speaker, of people who, when they do something, Madam Speaker, they want you to tell you, they want to hear good job and to be stroked like cat and pet down, Madam Speaker, you feel good. But anytime you tell them something that they don't like, Madam Speaker, they ain't talking to you for days. You make me feel bad. You're feeling, Madam Speaker? Are we running a country? Madam Speaker, your preference and my preference should have absolutely nothing to do with principle. If it's in the best interest of everybody, let it be in the best interest of everybody. If my idea ain't fit into that, once it's the best, let it go forward, Madam Speaker. But we hung up because I as minister, this and that, and the other, and the third, Madam Speaker, so it can't go no further. Or I given this responsibility and this promotion within this ministry, so nothing ain't going here, Madam Speaker. And what we're doing is holding back a country that is stagnant. Nothing, Madam Speaker, is happening in this territory. And we talk about feeling. You want to, and even the party them, the people ain't feeling to go. Madam Speaker, You're telling me about feelings? You got a song out there. I can't say what you say about your feelings. Madam Speaker, I asked a question in this honorable house. And I'll tell you why I believe this whole feeling thing. And it has to do with where we are in our mental thinking and maturity as leaders in this territory. We just had a debate on the immigration bill. And I joined a point to feelings, Madam Speaker, on the topic feelings. And the leader opposition led out that debate like he did this one and highlighted from the opening sentences, as they call the scripture, to the recessional. Things that needed to be improved, things that are not right, things that are taking us backward, things that we need to change, things, and members on this side gave their contribution. And Mr. Speaker, when the leader of this country get up, and the only thing that he really highlighted from what the leader opposition said is about something about his manhood. You feeling, Mr. Speaker? Okay. So let me go to your feeling. Mr. Speaker, I asked a question in this honorable house. And I asked the Honorable Premier, as I did the former Premier, to list the areas of responsibility under his portfolio as Minister of Finance. What this one is now? What all he have? Okay. Climate change and sustainability and what else? Help me the cause. But agriculture and fisheries and tourism and thing, right? And culture. And the answer that he provided, Madam Speaker, I realized that he shortchanged me the answer. He didn't give me all. So here's how I feel. Principally. Madam Speaker, the Premier and Minister of Finance, Dr. the Honorable Natalia Whitley, is responsible for tourism, culture, immigration, Department of Culture, Archives, Records, Management Unit, Festivals and Fairs Committee, Tourist Board. Yeah, man, it's still there in law. What is it called? TCP, Town and Country Planning, Ministry of Finance, Customs, Inland Revenue, Internal Audit, BVI Post, Treasury, Informational Technology, International Tech Authority, Pensions and Gratuities, Public Debt Miscellaneous, and he's responsible for some other financial stuff. But I'm glad they started because I ain't done. Take a more. According to Dolores, they have to have and they have more. As the Minister of Environment, Natural Resources and Climate Change, that's it. Responsible for environment, natural resources, climate change, agriculture and fisheries, land and seabed registration, land and seabed survey, National Parks Trust, and the Ministry of Environment and its capital, and ecclesiastical affairs. So tell me how we can focus. How can he focus, Madam Speaker? And how can he plan? And how can he prioritize anything, Madam Speaker, when everything, Madam Speaker, just like the former Premier. And ultimately, all ministries belong to the
So,
Premier.
Honorable, where does this take us in terms of the debate on Crown Lands?
It takes us to the point, Madam Speaker, that this piece of legislation if we had somebody that was paying attention to something as important as Crown Land, it would be able to be prioritized and given due and careful attention. Madam Speaker, it is because he has so much things, he is unable to pay attention to anything. And our country, Madam Speaker, and the people of this country continue to suffer. Paying attention to parties, $670,000 that I doubt they make 10,000. But them say fly the drone to see. Madam Speaker, there is no way that in this 2024, given everything that we have gone through, given everything that we have experienced in this country, given all the pressures and forces that continue to fight against us, Madam Speaker, that we shouldn't be more focused. That you can't tell me they have a bunch of people in ministries under your remit as premier. Just like I did, could go through all these documents and put something together to provide the AG with something, an instruction that gonna make sense, Madam Speaker. Because what we have right now is an opposition who is sitting here to do the work, Madam Speaker. Because we understand the importance of this country. And we understand the historical context of where we came from. And we understand, Madam Speaker, not only is it meeting or trying to meet the deadline, Madam Speaker, but we are here because it is our job to be here. Look on the other side. 3 members from the government introducing and trying to pass a piece of legislation through this house.
Pan the camera.
Pan the camera. Where's she in? Pan the camera, she in.
One minister.
One minister.
One substantive minister.
2 ministers. He had the instrument. He had the.
Members, let's stay on track, please. Thank you.
No, Speaker, this can't be it. This can't be it. And Mr. Speaker, here's what's going to happen. Rather than us, because we continue Thursday, right? Rather than us, when the members of the opposition finish giving their contribution, rather than us focusing on what the members said to improve this bill, you know what we're going to come back and do? We'll come back over here and play tit for tat. Oh, this wasn't here. And the road them weren't fixed. And by water this. When you were there. Man, Speaker, do your work. Do your work. And in order to do your work, you have to show up for work. Because the people of the Virgin Islands, lives are at the balance, Madam Speaker. The life of this country, Madam Speaker, is waving, Madam Speaker. And while you want to play the game that we working together and standing in unity, don't think the people them who know the game ain't seen the game. Madam Speaker, we have to be serious about the duties and responsibilities that we have in this honorable house. We can't continue, Madam Speaker, to take the members of this house and yourself and your office, Madam Speaker, for granted, or the members of the opposition for granted, because if any one of us, Madam Speaker, leave, quorum gone, or if it goes to a vote, and the members of the opposition decide to vote no, we have a problem. But Madam Speaker, because we understand the importance of what we're up against, because we have the maturity, Madam Speaker, and we take the time to read and understand, we are here fighting on behalf of the people that elected us to office to do so. Madam Speaker, in my view, this This bill needs real surgery, real work. From page 1 all the way to the end, and it must take into consideration the documents that have been proven, Madam Speaker, and put in place, and not erode the systems for expediency. Madam Speaker, if we're going to do something, we do it well, so that we have to come back and do it again. I thank you for this opportunity to give my short contribution to this debate, and I look forward to making further contributions in the committee stage. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I now recognize the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Stacey Mata.
Speaker. Good afternoon, colleagues. Madam Speaker, I will not seek to echo too much of what was said by the leader of the opposition, because he did a good job going through clause by clause and educating the listeners and the residents of this wonderful territory. I will touch a bit on some of the things that my colleague to my left, the Honorable Representative for the 2nd District, got into. I also want to draw attention to something I spoke about the last time I got up in this House of Assembly within my remarks. Madam Speaker, psychologically, it is beneficial to every human being in the world to have permanence. And it's very interesting that you took the immigration and passport bill and we coupled it, and I'm going to say what Honorable Turnbull said, the land policy or bill. Take our crown for now. Because, Madam Speaker, we are speaking about permanence for persons who reside in the territory, but we must also consider the permanence of having land and a home. Madam Speaker, I don't know if most of the members in the House have stopped to realize that within our territory, one of the biggest concerns or desires within people that live in the territory is to have their own home, to have their own land. So while we are in here debating the nitty-gritty and the policy and what makes up the bill, the average man on the street is saying, okay, does this mean I'll get land? Does this mean I'll be able to build a home in the BVI? Madam Speaker, $250 per square foot to build in the BVI now? And more? Honorable, is that high? Yeah. So when we get in here, we start talking about land and giving land to our people. Are we serious about it? Madam Speaker, rent through the roof, whether it's residential or commercial. To build a building in this country or a home in this country is astronomical. People cannot afford to do it. Many of the Virgin Islanders in this country, they have land. Some of it is tied up with family and they can't get access to it. But for those who have, you know, we get up in here and we talk about the big houses on the hill and how my cousins from up north like to come and watch them. But there's a segment of our country that have land. People in our country that have land and they can't do much with it. How are we helping them? How does this policy help them? Madam Speaker, you know, when I saw this document in front of me, as a new legislator, I watched this and I watched the one before, and I heard my colleague just talk about it. And I wonder, what is it? In meetings, I've heard that we need more draftsmen in the territory. We've sat with the UK and said we need more help. The Attorney General's chambers needs help. I'm not an attorney, but I can read and write. And when I see some of these things, I understand and value the process of coming in the House of Assembly, debating, and then going into committee and sitting with my colleagues, and as my honorable member said, the ones who are here, and I'll add to that the ones who have read it, and begin to go through it and try and pick out things to try to make it sensible, to add value to it, to take away what needs to be taken away. I love that process, Madam Speaker, but I'm questioning, You know, Madam Speaker, as an educator in my former life, you had something called a drafting process and an editing process. I don't know which process it'll be sometimes when I see these documents, because if they passed through cabinet, they would have been a little bit more polished. Madam Speaker, when I look at this bill, I start to put this thing and that thing together. So I said to myself, if I look up on the hill right now, Joe's Hill Manor. Okay, Social Security invested in that. And bear with me, Madam Speaker, I'm going to see if I could connect this. Social Security, to my knowledge, has a land bank. If that is something that we haven't figured out, when we're talking about land now and quote-unquote crown land, what's the plan to do with the rest of the land that Social Security have? And I'm going to go back to my point. If we're going to make it affordable for our people, then how does this tie in to the acres upon acres of land that Social Security have, and how do we put it affordably in the hands of our people? But I know what I'm going to be said to me. I'm going to be told, Honorable, we'll discuss that, we're going to figure that out, we have a plan for it. Madam Speaker, the dark, you know. When I tell my people I sit in the dark sometimes, I don't have a speed bump to pass outside the House of Assembly to pick up the documents. I'm not aware of what might be going on. I have to dig, I have to wait. Madam Speaker, Social Security has land. Or people want land. How are we going to give it to them? How are we going to figure it out? I didn't see anything in there. But in the document, it says clause 29, section 5, 4, and 5. It speaks to a sustainable program for first-time home ownership, Madam Speaker. So we're going to give land to people to build homes. I've heard that before. Madam Speaker, maybe it was 20 years ago, I asked the Minister of Natural Resources, can I put my application in for a piece of crown land? May I go right ahead and write it in? Madam Speaker, I didn't even get my letter acknowledged. I know someone who got a piece of land because their name was the same name of another BVI lander. That's how they got a call. On the phone, they told them, oh, I thought you were so-and-so. So when I look at all of this written on this document, it looks nice. But how are we going to ensure that our people who really need it get it? Now, the leader of the opposition, he alluded to it. There are families in the BVI that have acres upon acres of land, but they cannot get it divided. What is the government going to do? Can the government play a mediator role to try to make sure all people get this figured out? Why are we not discussing things like that, Madam Speaker? We play in house? Madam Speaker, if you're going to establish commercial land for BVI landowners, but then you say you're going to do it for non-BVI landowners, this might be an unpopular opinion. But I'm saying, unless I see more in this bill, I'm not in favor of it. Because every drop, every corner, every piece of dot on this island, that island, and all the islands that make up the British Virgin Islands belongs to the people of the Virgin Islands. So if you come in here, unless this policy is clear, precise, and in favor of BVI landowners and belongers, where is it in the House of Assembly now? Madam Speaker, should all people be sitting down listening to us debate about something that was written in 1988? So my honorable colleague alluded to the Redrick report. I was in Antigua on November the 5th when 3 members of cabinet were over there. I was there. And what is said in the letter by the chairman of the Antigua Lands Advisory Development Committee is correct. Our premier, not the acting premier, our premier came in on a plane. I caught the boat. That's okay. In, like lightning and out, Madam Speaker. And all you head up there, them is my cousins, them is my cousins, them is my cousins. These people in the Renwick report for over 100 years, Madam Speaker, that's a century. They waiting to get their land. But we in here debating a bill to put land in our own people's hand. And the people at Antigua have been waiting for over 100 years. 1885, they said at that time, Queen Victoria, she died in 1902. And all people can't get their land. Madam Speaker, consider this. In 1985, the cost, they were ordered and offered an acre of land on Anegada. Madam Speaker, that was 4 shillings. Today, that 4 shillings will be valued at less than $200. A half acre of land in Anegada right now, according to Remax Online, is $175,000, Madam Speaker. And we in here playing house with these people in Anegada. Anegada only has so much land. Why they don't have it? You have residents in Anegada. We talk about how intelligent our people are. It has been laid out in documents. It has been laid out in letters. Up to last night, every sitting member of the House of Assembly received a letter from this committee, from this chairman. 650 applicants, and they can't figure it out. What is it that we cannot figure out in here to give those residents on that island what they need to make sure their future generations can sustain themselves? How much more beating must they take? Madam Speaker, I'm going to say this. It matters to me not what is done in the dark. It matters what is done in the light. So today I, Stacey Mata, going to get up and say, bring something that is more polished. Bring something in favor of our people. But above all, stop telling our people we care about them. But we got something here for land, and they don't understand this. The average man ain't going to go through all this paperwork to figure it out. So when I exit this House of Assembly, somebody comes to me and says, Mata, you got land in there, are you giving it out? What am I going to say to him? You got to put in an application, we got to form a committee, we got to get this done. So, Madam Speaker, last time I got up in this house, the acting minister for health said to me through the premier, Mata, we have bills, we have policies coming to deal with statutory bodies and committees and boards. Madam Speaker, I got another board in here, and another board in here, and another board in here. Why we didn't bring the legislation to deal with the boards before this? There's something called chronological order, Madam Speaker. Lay it down so that everything that comes after is fixed. But wrong here, we reverse, we go forward, we go left, we go right, and we hope we wind up in a place that makes sense. Madam Speaker, the people at Anegada, we could fix this. As my colleagues spent so much time talking, 1885, an ordinance was written. 1988, a report was done. It is very clear. And South Island falls in a similar situation. Joe's Hill Manor is a testament that when you take land and you do something, you might not have it done. Madam Speaker, getting crown land in this country, whether you are beaver land or belonger, it's not easy. But if we're going to do something for all people, Madam Speaker, let's make sure it makes sense. Let's make sure it's affordable. Because the leading body in this country, when it comes to trying to make sure the cost of living, affordability, the ability to have permanence, whether it's through status or through having a home, is the House of Assembly. Let we do the work. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. I recognize the member for the 8th District, Honorable Marlon Penn.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity for me to make what I intend to be brief contributions, unless the spirit kicks me, on the Crown Lands Management Bill 2024. Madam Speaker, my colleagues before me spoke passionately, succinctly in some instances, and thoroughly in others, because I think this matter is very important and critical to the lives of any people, but more specifically, Virgin Islanders. One of the distinct characteristics of a Virgin Islander, I think we are one of the few people in the Caribbean who could clearly say they own the majority of the lands within their territory as Virgin Islanders. So anything that aims to erode, undermine, bring into question the issue of land ownership for Virgin Islanders is sacrilegious. And this particular piece of legislation before us falls in that category, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think, again, as I said earlier, my colleagues, I think they did an exceptional job in their contributions on this particular bill. Madam Speaker, I recall we were doing a program, and I think the Premier mentioned it, in East End when we had the Heritage Village in Nottingham. When we had the heritage tours that was supposed to facilitate the new traffic that we were getting between on the eastern end of the island. So we could sort of express and show and depict who we are as Virgin Islanders and who we are as a community, being the Nottingham Eastern landlocked people, just as Bay and those people, Madam Speaker, whom I'm proudly a member of, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in 1776, in fact, the people of Nottingham were manumitted. Some of the first free people in the Western Hemisphere, anywhere in this side of the world. In fact, a freedom that wasn't given to them, a freedom that they bought, and there's a dispute that, in fact, with that freedom, they subsequently bought the land, and the land that is now known as the Nottingham land. So land ownership is, as was said earlier by one of my colleagues, in our DNA, it's part of our ancestral heritage and who we are as a people. And that's why we fight so fiercely. And you heard the passion for my colleagues on my right earlier. And so vigorously to ensure that that right that Virgin Islanders have is maintained and preserved. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this bill, as I said, seeks to erode that right. And I'm really, and I want to firstly defend the AG's chambers, because it might seem when this goes up in the public space that there's a attack on the chambers and the attack on the drafters in terms of what is in this bill. And that's the furthest from the truth, Madam Speaker. Because the reality is, the chambers can only draft as instructed. I want to make it clear, colleague. Because I know what people sometimes, we don't hear what we want to hear, and the media have a way of spinning, and there's some different color sites that spins these things in a way when it goes out there. Yeah, you have the marker right there. That confuses the minds of the people. Because we tend to read headlines and not really read the substance of what people say in these contributions. So I want to make it clear. It is the instructions that was sent to the AG's chambers of what we have here today. And even beyond that, the fact that you went through that process and you got instructions, you got a product. I mean, you tell me you come to cabin, you seat, and you still bring it up here? In its current form? But I digress. I'll get back to that, Madam Speaker. I said I'll be brief, but I gotta get back to some things, Madam Speaker. But I'll get back to that. Madam Speaker, I was speaking on my preamble in terms of land ownership and its importance to us as a people. I recall as a young man, just left high school, I got a little job down there at ISU. And one of my friends them had just bought a little Mitsubishi car. Mitsubishi were in right then in style of Swift. And he just gave first paycheck, couple of paychecks. He said he gonna buy a little car. And he bought a car. And you know, when you're a little young, you peer pressure and you think you want to do certain things. But I had some friends, still my friends today, same friends I have, then the same friends I had. He said, "Boy, you're an idiot. We ain't buy no car. We ain't buy land. We started to look for land. And the first major purchase I made was the land that I have today, where my house is right now. And me and all of my friends, and we live in the same area. Because then up on the top of me looking down. What's she name? I ain't call her name. But that is who we are as a people. We have always been a people that decide that the most important thing is to secure a future through land ownership. And because of that decision that I made and that we made as a group of friends, all of us own our homes in that area today. Land that we at the time paid, I think it was 30-something thousand dollars for the land. That we paid half acre, third of an acre. The same land now value, if you want to buy that same land in the same area, is about $90,000. So that is the thread under which we are as Virgin Islanders and how we value and the importance of land to us as a people. And we cannot, because of the view or the gospel according to Hickenbottom, decide to get so off kilter that we forget the cultural significance and importance of land and what it means to us as a people and as a territory. And my colleague was absolutely correct. You see, I heard you, and I wasn't here, but on my way back, but listening to you. This is Virgin Islanders' land, Virgin Islands' land. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, this bill before us, Madam Speaker, and I'm not going to go into all the details in every clause, but this bill before us, if we're not careful, if we allow the things that are written here to go forward as written, could very well spell doom for us as Virgin Islanders being able to own not just land, but to own a home in our beloved Virgin Islands, based on some of the things that are being proposed in this particular bill. And I'm going to go to some of those specific things. But I also want to speak to the importance of the role of the executive. Elections, and we've spoken about this at length anytime we have an opportunity in this house, about the executive has to take their responsibility seriously. As we as legislators take our responsibility seriously when it comes to the legislative process, whenever we come into this house. And it's because some of the things in here should have not gotten past the cabinet. It should not have gotten past the caucus if the members were paying attention to say, look, Premier, look, Minister, look, Cabinet, you cannot make these decisions as it relates to lands for Virgin Islanders. Yes, we had some issues in the reports that my colleague read out some of the challenges and the shortcomings that we had in terms of the reports. Those are things that you could address. Those are things you could fix. Of course, we need to have a system or a process in which the application should go through. And of course, it has to be transparent. But it doesn't mean that you erode centuries and decades of good governance and good processes because of some things people had. You make the system stronger, but not totally erode the entire processes. That cannot be the approach that we take. We have to pay attention to these things. And there's some languages in this particular piece of legislation that is very concerning. And I heard the acting premier, I don't want to talk behind your back, we're going to say it earlier, but I have to wait till you come back. Made some comments that he read. And he's a good soldier. He's going to pass the baton, he give him a job to do, he's going to do the job, and I applaud him for doing his job. But sometimes you mustn't read some of them things them give you. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, we had a meeting, an informal meeting in this house. And I want to commend the two senior members on either side of our opposition. I must give it to to our colleagues over here. They do an exceptional job because of their experience in finding the needles in a haystack. And the member for the third brought to our attention as opposition what is being proposed in terms of non-belongers in land ownership and how the impact that will have, particularly in the current climate in the Virgin Islands. We brought it up, I brought it up in the back, and I want to give the members credit because the members who brought it to all of our attention, and that's how I operate. When a member says something, I can get up here and make it look like my idea. It's a member who brought it up and picked it up. And I brought it up to the rest of the group. And you want to hear the members of the executive side fighting me, no, that ain't there, no, that ain't happened, no, that ain't there. It's obviously didn't read it. It's obviously that they didn't read the bill. And there's no way that could be in there. It's obviously they didn't read the bill. Something that is so important to the livelihood of us as a country. And something that's so monumental that the member pointed out that you didn't realize it was in there. And now I heard the member reading his speech, and we note that there's a line about non-belongers and blah, 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 and we're going to deal with it in the committee stage. So after the discussion in the back, them chuck it in. Them chuck it in the statement that we're going to deal with it in the committee stage. Madam Speaker, we have to take our responsibilities in this House seriously, Madam Speaker. If we didn't have an astute opposition, astute legislators to see and pick up these things and the impacts that they're going to have on our territory, where will we be? But yet still they have them who they're trying to cast aspersion on opposition. But we're going to do our job. We have our job to do, and we're going to continue to do it, and we're going to do it effectively and well. Because the people of this country depend on us doing our job. And colleagues, we're going to continue to do our job. And that's the only thing that we know to do. Madam Speaker, these things have far-reaching implications on a way forward for our people, Madam Speaker. And I'm going to touch on a few of those things because I promise that I'll try to behave myself today. And not, I think two of my colleagues to my right misbehave enough for all of we for the rest of the week. So I think I could just touch base on the key points that I need to touch base on, and then we could probably get on to hear why the government ain't do them job. I'm sure when I'm done, some of them will have something to say. Madam Speaker, one of the critical things, and I think the leader of opposition touched on this, and I think it's important for me to repeat it, is this bill, and it continues to be a trend where, according to the gospel, not Mark, Luke, or John, but Hickenbottom's gospel, you continue to see this type of language in every legislative work that comes to this House. I'm sure it's based on every instruction that goes to the AG, where you're trying to eliminate that cabinet, the minister, and the House of Assembly don't exist. We had this fight just last week with the immigration bill. We have to ensure that the sanctity of what is in the Constitution is maintained in that particular bill. Big fight. Where the minister, as a former minister used to say, was relegated to minuscule in that particular bill. We had a fight again to ensure that democracy is maintained, that the sanctity of the vote of the people of this territory is maintained. Because when you vote for individuals to represent your interests, you have to ensure that they're in a position to execute your interests, Madam Speaker. But again, this bill, through this committee that has been established, through the board and all its facets of the board and the institutions within this board, again, eliminates and erodes the powers of the minister and the powers of the cabinet. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the appointment of the boards, Madam Speaker, and the board's ability to particularly make decisions, Madam Speaker, I don't support that, Madam Speaker, in section 6 of the bill. Madam Speaker, I believe that the decisions or the recommendations need to be driven up to the cabinet level. The cabinet needs to ultimately make a decision, not just be advised on what the board has decided, but it has to be, it's the reason why there's a cabinet. There's a reason why you have an executive. And you cannot put that decision-making power just solely in the powers of 11-member board, almost half of whom are public servants. The powers that should be reserved for the executive are continue being eroded and being invested solely in the public service who is ultimately responsible for the public service. Let's not be naive to what is really happening around us. So essentially, you're vesting the power to make almost every decision that the Constitution has placed in the hands of the elected government back into the hands of the civil service and vice versa, the hands of the governor, via the deputy governor and his team. Madam Speaker, that is not what is being suggested. And it's interesting when you go through the reviewers' reports and what the reviewers are suggesting. And we saw the reviewers' report, and I want to commend Ante Smith, attorney at law, for her contribution in terms of the one, I think she did the one on, I think it's reserved powers for ministers. And she was spot on. But somehow her work seems to don't make its way back into this process. But the ones that fits the agenda and the ones that align with what the gospel said are the ones that find themselves smack dab within the drafting and the framework that's fit. We have to be woke. But that was still a saying, the young people still say that one. We have to be woke to what is happening around us. You need to have an executive that's astute to these things. These things should not have passed caucus. They should not have passed through cabinet. They should not have, colleague. They should not have. You know, this is a. I mean, I am more concerned, and I had this conversation the other day. These are the things that are coming to the House that we have an opportunity to see, to vet, and have a say in the process. And these particular bills now are taking that process away from us. We have to ensure that in the last bill that came before us, after reform, Madam Speaker, is important to the process to show a parallel to the people in terms of what is happening. There was a committee under the last bill that had the ability to do quotas and actually change the landscape in terms of how the immigration process and how the country would look in terms of immigration in this territory. Master, you know that didn't have to come to this House? And that's a rhetorical question. And I'm sure you're aware. We have to insist as a House that it comes to the House through a positive affirmative resolution to ensure that the people of this territory understands how there's going to be shifts in the way that things are being done in the country, so that the representatives, the people that you vote for, can debate these things and put them into your hearing and make decisions that you could understand the implication and impact of these things. we have to ensure that the institutions are maintained. We have to ensure that the institutions are preserved. And this bill, again, meets the same criterion. And I'm hearing that we're trying to rush to get this passed on Friday. This bill requires major surgery, number for the third. Immigration bills are a walk in the park in comparison to this bill and its implications to the people of this territory. And the member for the territorial member is so accurate. How are our people going to be able to own a home in this country? I have a son who's going to be 18 in 2 days. If it's up to him alone, he wouldn't make it. On his own, he wouldn't make it. But I have several nieces and nephews and people in my constituency that have the same challenge. No, I can't forget them. I take a vow. I take a vow to represent their interests and fight for their interests. And we have to make sure that we're making laws and policies that it adapts to a way where they can see a future for themselves on these Virgin Islands. We can't be compounding the process, compounding the problem. And the member is right. If we continue down this road, they can't afford it. Because here we are, and I'm going to get to the section, where you're going to have the same government who's supposed to be preserving these opportunities for Virgin Islanders, proposing a system of speculation on lands to drive the cost of lands even further out of the reach of these same young Virgin Islanders, and even middle-aged Virgin Islanders who are yet to own a piece of this Virgin Islands. I'm going to get to that section. I cannot believe that this got past a cabinet. Do they understand the reason in the first place why government decided to buy places like Spooners, to buy places like down Nibs Estate, to ensure that they preserved places like the Stevens Estate that was donated, to ensure that Virgin Islanders had an opportunity to really own those lands? The reason why for years of Virgin Garden were giving away lands for 500 and so dollars, I was hearing per acre. Them times like I was trying to trace my Virgin Garden ancestry. I mean, $500 a half acre. I tried to find a cousin of Virgin Garden too, or two that could vouch for me. But I understood why the member at the time, or the minister, or the premier at the time did those things. Because he understood the importance of ensuring that your people had an opportunity to participate. Because the process was getting out of our hands. It's gone out of our hands. If you're going to do assessments against, particularly in Virgin Garden, we have Billionaires Row on the North Sound. And you're going to say that you're going to evaluate the North Sound lands based on comparable lands in the area. How can our people afford those lands? How can our people afford those lands? Those lands are going to go back right in the hands. That's why you have the non-belonging clause in here. The only person that will be able to afford those lands are the non-belongers with deep pockets. Yeah, my cousin, them kind of deep pockets. Or colleague cousins, yeah. This is serious business, colleagues. Acting Premier, Acting Minister for Health, Junior Minister for Tourism, and the rest of the members who are in the back probably getting a coffee. This is serious business. Sometimes we have to push back on these things and implication of these things to our people. And the same is going to be true for lands in the west. The same is going to be true for lands in the east and lands all around this Virgin Islands if these type of clauses are institutionalized in our legislative framework. Madam Speaker, that has to be removed from this bill, Madam Speaker. And again, how did this get past cabinet? Does cabinet understand? Do we have a cabinet that understands how these things impact the people of our territory? Or we have a cabinet just happy to be there? And whatever pass be ahead of us or in front of us, we say, aye. We saw that what that got us in 2019. The eyes have it. I alone, me and Mitch and Amber Turnbull, I can't call him Mitch in here. Amber Turnbull, and member for the third, were over here fighting. Telling them we're going on a slippery slope and every minute you hear is aye. And then when the thing we are using the bathroom hit the fan, all them start to say, boy, at tell you so, at so and so. But here we are now. Same man out of the way. He's not here, or is he? We're going on the same slippery slope, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we cannot allow segments like this to be in this legislation that's going to adversely impact the lives of our people and the ability of our people to own land in this country, Madam Speaker. Again, the point that the Leader of Opposition made concerning how this committee is going to be constituted or constructed. We have to be more, get away from this where the minister, particularly the minister in this case, has all the nominations. We have to make sure that the entire legislature is part of the process of ensuring that the structure or the construct of this board, if indeed we decide to go in this way, and construct it in an adequate way. Madam Speaker, I think that has to be consistent in the way that we draft going forward. We have to have some level of consistency, even when the Leader of the Opposition now is here and the members who have the knowledge of what we are discussing now in previous bills, that we have to determine as a territory that these are the standards in which we want to see the legislative framework operate, particularly with all these boards that are being established, and ensure that things are done in a way where it doesn't erode the democracy and democratic process. So I agree with the member that that particular section of the bill needs to be changed and adapted to what we have deemed to be the proper language in the way that we deal with particular the construction of boards in that way. Madam Speaker, section 15 of the bill, where it speaks to declaration of interest, I think when there are good things in the bill, I've always said where there are good things, I think we need to highlight those good things as well. I think that is something that we've always grappled with as a territory. We have a situation where as a country, everyone has some kind of familiar relationships. I think what has to be critical in this whole issue of declaration of interest is that we have to ensure, Madam Speaker, that we define what this interest means. And I was speaking to the member for the third earlier, and I'm sure, member, when you have some time to research it properly, you could probably bring that up later on, that we've defined this. But the problem is that whenever you go to different pieces of legislation, it changes. We need to ensure that there's an issue of standard in the process in terms of how persons are related. What do you call it again, member? What was that term we used for this whole issue of the familiar relationships when it comes to declaration of interest? There's a terminology that has escaped me right now. But connected parties. The whole issue of connected parties. I think it has to be embedded in the legislation. It has to be a standard definition within the legislative framework going forward so that persons don't get innocently caught up in these discussions that you have to, and it's clear at what point you have to declare your interest. And a rule of thumb for me, always if it's something that you feel is uncomfortable with, you feel that there's a connection there, you should declare your interest. But the legal definition must be clear within legislation. I will support us broadening, making this section, acting premier, section 15, to include that broader definition in terms of the familiar relationship and how that connection makes, so that we could be clear in terms of where these conflicts need to be very specific and defined. Madam Speaker, again, the board has the ability to bring in expertise to advise. Again, I think anything where you could have additional expertise to advise and support is something that is necessary. So you don't have an issue of groupthink when persons who don't have particular expertise in areas try to apply expertise that they don't possess, or try to apply knowledge or knowledge base that they don't have resident within the committee. It's important to bring that knowledge base from outside if you need to. And that's something, again, I think, and support that needs to be in place to support this committee if indeed we decide to go in this direction. I speak again the ancestral lands that was spoken about earlier by many of my colleagues who spoke before. Canigada, Salt Island, North Sound, Cooper Island is one of the ones that have been mentioned. But Madam Speaker, I also want to make note of the Nottingham lands, Stevens land, and those lands that were donated for very specific purposes. I didn't see them mentioned here. I'm also concerned, as the Leader of Opposition mentioned, the concerns with Wickham Ski Authority and how those lands are going to be managed and handled. One of the things that I see is happening, particularly in Nottingham, Madam Speaker, is that those lands are now being sold. In many instances, they're being sold on outside of the remit that was established by the committee, where persons are being allowed to buy those lands who are not ancestral persons from Nottingham Estate or the plantation. Persons who are even non-belongers are allowed to buy land that has very specific covenants in terms of how they should be exercised. Those things should not be allowed by law. So that when you see the Inland Revenue Department or any of those entities, and we have to find a way to deal with those things. We have to ensure that those sales do not go through. If you have very specific guidelines and covenants on the particular properties and the ownership of those properties, especially those what have been bought back and donated in very specific ways, they should not be able to be sold in that way. It defeats the entire purpose of the exercise. So, Madam Speaker, I haven't seen any language in this bill that would address those issues, and I agree with all the sentiments expressed, particularly to deal with the Anegada lands and all the other lands that have ancestral heritage and background, that we looked at what are the specific language that was drafted to deal with those particular lands and ensure that we don't interfere with them in this bill. And if anything, we enhance what was supposed to be done with those lands and have that process dealt with as expeditious as possible. Madam Speaker, I have a concern in terms of the terms, and there's a section I spoke to the appointments, and it didn't give a specific term for the appointments and how long it could be. The minister could appoint within whatever. It didn't give a specific timeline. I think we have to be very specific with the powers of appointment of these particular positions. It's a very important position, and you don't want to have persons who are there for 10, 15, 20 years and believe that somehow, but there's an area there's some, yeah, and there's an area that also speaks to some term limits, but there's an area that speaks to the minister's appointment that didn't give him any term limits on those appointments early up in the bill. That has to be really, it has to clarify that there's a conflict with two sections of the bill that speaks to the appointment. So there's a conflict with section 22, I believe it is, and there's another section at the beginning of the bill that conflicts in terms of the term limit of appointments. And I think we just have to make sure that it's very clear in the process Yeah. Madam Speaker, I have two more, and I promise that. How long, Madam Speaker, I've been speaking for? I promise I will be brief, Madam Speaker, so I have two more points that I want to raise. And then I'm going to wrap up my contribution. Yeah. Yeah, we have some limitations today because had it not been for the opposition, we wouldn't have a quorum. So we have some limitations today. Madam Speaker, again, the functions of the unit, and the section particularly in question that I mentioned early on, Madam Speaker. I just want to make note for the record what the section is. I think it's section 26 2B. That speaks to ensuring that a valuation report is done based on the market value for every parcel of Crown land before disposal, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, again, I take issue with how this is just broadly defined. Madam Speaker, it's something that we have to look at, examine, and assess, because as I made the example earlier, if that is done particularly for the North Song area, in the North Song lands, there's no way that those persons in the North Song area who are asking for, and this is coming out of the recommendations of the particular, the recommendations that were made from the Land Committee. And there's no way, Madam Speaker, that all people will be able to own or even consider to purchase those particular lands in this territory, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, again, I want to put on record, and I made the point of the issue, the non-Malanga section of the bill. That is section 27, 3, where it says, for the purposes of this act, belongers and non-belongers may be eligible to apply for the grant or disposition of Crown land. So again, I don't understand the rationale behind of this particular section. I could assume, but you know what they say about assumptions, and there's a clear definition of assumptions, and I'm not in any way, shape, or form associating myself with that definition of assumption. So I will not do such a thing today. But it has implications, Madam Speaker. Huge implications for people, again, to ensure that it's clear. I know that it's the aliens landholders, non-aliens landholders license that exists, that governs all these things, and Section 4 speaks to that in terms of what they're intending to do, particularly with the disposal of land. But there has to be a very clear criteria. If you're doing lands for investment purposes, if you're, for instance, Prospect Reef, that's owned by the Crown. And I'm sure I've been hearing for the last year and a half that Prospect Reef coming soon to a theater near you. Yeah, that too. Yeah, I'll let the pastor deal with that. You got two of them in here. So you have to find a different dispensation to deal with developments like that. I don't believe you can have to put them under the same ambit that you're dealing with your ancestral lands, dealing with specific lands that impact persons who want to build a first-time home, persons who need land for commercial benefit. Those things have to be dealt with. Now, Speaker, the last thing I'm going to touch on, and I just passed it, but it seemed to escape me. Same section 27. The grant and disposition of Crown lands shall be for the following. And I go straight to B, agricultural use. Madam Speaker, my colleague did a foul job of ventilating that, Madam Speaker, and the conflict that that brings to what is being proposed in a separate bill. We passed it today, passed it about a year ago, year or two ago. I think it was the Food Security Act that also spoke to how those lands will be handled as well. And now you're now bringing just suppose another bill that speaks to the handling of agricultural land. Madam Speaker, did this go through cabinet? Madam Speaker, so we have to pay attention to what we're doing. What we're doing here ain't child's play. We ain't come here to just drink coffee and have a little laugh now when I get in the back. This is serious business. Madam Speaker, we have to pay attention to these things and their implications. We're talking about the work that we want to do with agriculture. Are you going to minister? No, Minister for Health, acting Minister for Health, Agriculture Minister. Once this goes into force, you're going to destroy those houses. You're going to finally get the manhood to go and deal with that issue, that vexing issue of how our lone agricultural lands are being used and misused. We have to, if we're serious about moving in a direction that ensuring that these industries are viable and that we preserve the very limited real estate that we have in this territory. Land space in this territory is very, very limited. And we have a responsibility to ensure that we preserve whatever limited space that we have for the people of this territory. So, Madam Speaker, while it's important for us to put a structure and process in place, we have to ensure that we do not continue to legislate in a way that is going to adversely impact the lives of our people. Our job as legislators is to ensure that the legislations that we pass improve the lives of the people whom have entrusted us to represent their interests in this Honorable House, Madam Speaker. Again, we have another piece of legislation that is sacrilegious to the premise of Virgin Islanders' desire, passion, and somehow right to own piece of this Virgin Islands that we call home. One of the most frequently asked questions of me as a representative when I have my office hours is that, how can I get piece of land, member? What do I need to do? I need just a little something. Up to this week, a young mother called me. She looked, man, I don't even want land no more. Just find a little space for me to build something small just for me and my family. That's where we've gotten as a people. People feel desperate that their life is, they're in their 30s, late 30s, 40s, and they're not seeing a pathway for them to own something in these Virgin Islands. And this doesn't encourage them. If persons are to read and see what's actually in this, they'll be even more frustrated. That's because we as legislators have a responsibility to ensure that we do things that enhance the lives of our people. Madam Speaker. That's where we're gone past the time of just giving people land. We have to look at home ownership in a real way. Not like what happened up in Joe's Hill. We have to look at the real home ownership and how we ensure that all people have a chance to really sincerely own a home in this country in a sustainable way for both them and for the Crown and for the country and for the taxpayers who are going to be subsidies to this process. To the point of evaluation of Crown land, that cannot pass. We have to find a more practical, a more sustainable way to be able to help all people in this country. And the only way that can be done if we collaborate in a meaningful way. Not collaborate like my colleague said, when you're back against the wall, when you feel the pressures from Big Brother, when you feel that you can't do it by yourself then, but you only need me for as an ornament or window dressing to make you look good, and then when you're done, you say you could take it from here. And it didn't take long for that to happen this time. I told you so. Remember when you were growing up and you used to play, I tell you so. I told you so. I told you it won't be long as soon as they get a little breathing room. I could take it from here. We decided that the leader of opposition should have these discussions with the premier. So the government get up and ask for extension to August 31st. We feel that we're on top of the wall now. We get a little breathing room and a breathing space. So we need them. Because when it comes time to pass the finish line and have a ball of glory, we did it by ourselves. We're the ones who saved democracy in the Virgin Islands. We're the ones. It's not a competition. All 13 of us were elected to fight and preserve the rights of these people. And we need to have the political maturity to understand that and to know that when you have the expertise and the skill sets, collectively, we're stronger for it. And we're the better for it. And our people are the better for it. We need to get our act together. This act and this bill is just another example of the fact that we're not ready for prime time. For the fact that we have to take our time and walk fast. But do the people's walk judiciously, in a way that doesn't adversely affect the lives of the people that call these bananas home, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm committed. My colleagues over on this side have shown time after time our commitment to do this. And again, we're going to do this with this particular bill as we have done with previous bill, Madam Speaker. And I thank you for the opportunity to give my few words on this bill before us.
Thank you, Honorable Member. At this time, we'll take the recess and return on Thursday, May 30th at 10 a.m.